Tilted likes watching me on YouTube. Ooh, I now have the option for ultra low latency. Ultra. We'll go with just low.
Oh, like you'd recognize a vegetable that wasn't wrapped in a Monte Cristo sandwich.
Would one not be banned if he claimed? So that's the kind of discussion that I love. Like, I genuinely love that kind of debate. If someone comes in with an
anonymous
opinion,
gifter gifted a tier 1 sub to Wixitron.
Thank you very much, anonymous gifter, for the gift sub to Wixitron. I think we all knew he was banned for profound number. I just wanted to make it clear that the reason for the ban was not the fact that they disagreed with me, it was the fact that they shouted at me. Completely unnecessarily. You wore a tank top to the gym yesterday that has the actual NASA logo? Nice. I have a JPL t-shirt. Unfortunately, it's really, really well loved and it's starting to fall apart. Yeah, so, yeah, if someone turned up and said, like we had, you know, a few years back, which gave rise to the But NASA thing, you know, like, oh no, but NASA's already proven there's life on Mars. That's the kind of discussion that I love. Because someone has taken some scientific, you know, evidence and run it in the wrong direction. I love that kind of thing. And you know, I will make a lot of time, if I have the time, I will make a lot of time for that kind of discussion. Anything about science, education, ethics, religion, politics, I will talk about those with anyone who wants to. Love it. I am well loved. It's starting to fall apart. My flipping fingers. I'm starting to have problems with my mouse fingers. I'm starting to do some exercises because I used to do them and I kind of fell out of it a little bit. But yeah, last couple of weeks, these two fingers getting a bit uncooperative. I was trying to open a bottle earlier and I couldn't do it. Yeah, having AC installed, that should be nice. Sauron was right all along about what? Life on Mars. Janeway's the best Star Trek captain, so I will be able to answer that question comprehensively once I have finished Voyager, which is not going to be too long. I'm about a third of the way through the last season. Then I will gladly have the is Janeway the best captain? Although I can't fully participate in that because I haven't seen some of the Star Treks, so I can't fully participate in that. I can only compare the ones that I know. Time to get a foot mouse. Exactly. Or just like learn to use my other fingers. You're totally getting AC installed next year. I would do it over the winter. Because it will be cheaper. Once the weather starts to cool down, usually the prices of AC units come down. And companies that install AC will probably charge less in the winter, I would have thought. Because their amount of work they have goes down. You can probably haggle a little bit more. Thoughts on 7 of 9? Do you have anything more specific than just thoughts? I have some issues with how 7 and several other non-crew members, including initially the Marquis, were given access to the ship. Their OPSEC is flippin' terrible on that ship. Like, what's the problem? Oh, this alien just accessed this panel and just started rerouting power everywhere. Like, was it not, you know, password protected? Did they not have to, like, put a key in a thingy, or like put a passcode in, or like thumbprint, or did it not like sense their DNA? I mean, this is the 24th century. Presumably your biometrics is pretty good by then. Nope, they just walked up and started yanking stuff. You know we can teleport, right? Yeah, they can teleport, but they can't set a password on a computer. Okay. Oh, but they can just, and then they can just instantly, you know, by going blub 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 blub, they can just instantly decrypt anything. Oh, you just adjust the encryption matrix. Oh, look, we can read it now. That's not how encryption works. Because otherwise you wouldn't bother. No worse than actual Phil's OPSEC. No comments. The stories I could tell. I have a cracker. Maybe, Jirek, if we're talking one-on-one one day, I have a story I will tell you. I have a story that is pretty good. But it is definitely protectively marked. You can't believe they didn't try building a Borg transwarp drive. They did. They did try that in season 6, because I've just watched it. Thoughts on the both what? Thoughts on what? So, oh, don't get me started on transporters. I have a, I have a lot of problems with the transporters. Since funnily enough, studying philosophy, I actually came across a philosophical thought experiment that is based on the Star Trek transporters, to do with an episode to do with Riker being duplicated, which is how you ended up with William Riker and the other Riker. And that there's actually a philosophical thought experiment that's based on that. What is my favorite picture of Liz Truss? I don't have a favorite picture of Liz Truss. Bill, is it Bill? Bill Riker. Yeah, I won't get into it right now, but yeah. Every time someone gets transported, I'm like, yeah, you just died. Technically. You just died. And then when they're like, oh no, there's a transporter problem and we've lost them, I'm like, well, just reprint them. They're literally in the computer, just reprint them. Like, it's literally no different to what you're doing in terms of killing them at A and resurrecting them at B. You can just kill them at A and then resurrect them again at A. It's exactly the same. It just happens to be in the same place. Just do that. Tom Riker? No. Oh yeah, Tom did make an appearance in DS9, you're right. Yep.
Joke from T-Bone Jenks.
Did you know the propeller is just a big fan to keep the pilot cool? When it stops running you can see him start sweating.
T-Bone Jenks just gave £1 and 1 penny.
I love the fact that she said stops and not stops. Love it. Thank you very much, T-Bone. Appreciate it. What do I think about portals from Stargate? Because I haven't seen Stargate, Diego, ever, so I don't know anything about that. Aren't they just transporters, essentially? Are they transporters, or are they based on wormholes? They're based on wormholes, that might be slightly different. Are they based on wormholes? In that case, that might be slightly different. But I don't know that much about the physics of wormholes, so I don't know how different that is. Genetically modified crabs to have cheetah genes. To go, oh my god, get out. Did you actually just get out? You're an expert at wormholes because you've seen every Stargate episode. Nice. What's my opinion about how many lights there are? One, two, on or just what? Do they have to be in any particular state? Because if it's any light, whether it's on or off, that's going to be a different answer to if there's any light, whether it's just on. Philosophy masquerading as physics, it really is. Yes is not an answer to an either or question. You should have the sound from Star Trek, the motion picture, when the person dies in the transporter. I don't remember what that sounds like. Was it like a sound of them like screaming, like with a bit of a digital kind of thing over the top? I don't remember that at all. You love worms? Mm-hmm. Hey Grant. Hey Faye. You could ask your ex a yes/no question after 5 minutes of him talking, still not happy.
Said.
Just remember, States, the stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
If you can see them from underwater. There are power lines. That's my point, Paul. That is exactly my point. No, Port Texas is a bit soggy right now. It's soggy. Right. You ever tell me about how I got a day off because a rando walked into the guard room and plonked a grenade they found in the... What? I can picture the scene. You're like, what is that? Did they... Hey, wait. How did they put it down? Did they, like, put it down, like, carefully? Or did they, like, clonk? And did you go, oh, and start mentally counting down? Exactly, Pratt. Exactly. No World War II grenade. Think this is yours? Why would you do that? That is just idiotic. You know, aside from the, like, personal safety aspect of picking up a World War II piece of ordnance, which is obviously old, and obviously a grenade, presumably, they thought to bring it to you, why would you do that? Why would you not pick it up, go, oh, that's a grenade, I'll put that back down again, retreat to a safe distance, and call someone? Like, who doesn't do that? Oh, you couldn't get back in? Yeah. I've been on sites that have had terrorist threats. That's fun. Especially when it's been like a 10-hour drive to get there and you've got to leave and then drive another like 10 hours back or whatever. Like, thanks frickin' Greenpeace. Thanks for that. I guess I'll be staying in the mess then, shall I? Okay, cool. Oh, Handel, what did you do now? What, literally, what have you done? In the last 5 minutes? What did you do? What? Eh? You were just restricted again for some reason. What did you do? The message that you typed about 75 years blah 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 was blocked because you were restricted again. Banned in Bo again? Did he just ban? Bo's not even live. Is that Twitch being twitchy? Some guy that works in the post department found an unexploded pipe bomb that kids had made to blow up outhouses in the morning. During rush hour. What? No way. People just are just... like, literally moronic. Like, I know they think that they're doing the right thing, but just think about it for a second. Was the message? It might be Twitch just being twitchy, or Bo has banned him again for some reason. Whatever. There was an old boy near you who was using World War II AA shells to demarcate the paths through his allotment. Holy crap. Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff that just walked off. Oh no, you're back. I don't know whether it was because Yak or Cog removed it, or whether because Bo did something. He might have accidentally banned you when he was doing something else. It's possible. Because Twitch requires you to, when that happens, if you get restricted or monitored or something because of a shared ban, Twitch requires a message to be sent to the IRC server before it will go and check and clear. And so even if, like, let's say, so I share bans with TC. Let's say TC bans you for some reason. Every channel that he shares bans with, the first message that you type in that channel will always be subject to the shared bans, even if he immediately unbans you, because it doesn't check until after you've sent the message, which is so stupid. Why it can't check and then send the message rather than send the message and then check, I don't know. But that's how it is. The bombs, yeah, there was the big one recently in Portsmouth. Anyway, we have now surpassed successfully an hour without playing a game, so I should probably start clicking on things.
One patch later.
I have 60 independence tokens. Where do they go? This one? No. How do I spend those? Here? Yes, I can have a flag. Great. I get credits. Let's go for credits. Yeah. Stop! I like credits. Wins containers oil for the clan. Screw the clan. I want credits. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. You should have typed no in all caps and then stop. Hi, clan. Look, I do enough for the clan, alright? Click that. Screw the clan. Why is the clan going down to 10 members? Why is everybody leaving? Why does no one love me? Greasing the wheels of the clan. Right. Down at tier 1, Van Kinsbergen and Sutlej are both just plays. Jupiter needs 9 games and some wins. You can't grease the wheels without oil. Can we have a shout out for the absolute numpties here in Links who found some old mustard gas shells, took them home, and got cold feet and dumped them at the local beauty spot in the pond? People are morons. People are actually morons. There's a story I can tell you. I've just remembered. It's a very, very short story. I was at work. It was winter, so it got dark early, and I was late at work. So I was leaving. Most people had gone home already. And so I'm inside. I won't say which establishment I was at, but I was inside a military establishment. And someone, I'm assuming it was a contractor or like not an employee, was sat in their car, in the car park, with a laser pointer, and they were pointing it at my chest as I was walking across the car park. So I pretended I hadn't seen it. Calmly kept walking, because for all I knew it was a frickin' gun. And I just calmly raised my phone, because I obviously had the guard's number. I just called the guardhouse and said, there's a guy in the parking lot. Well, I couldn't see who it was. Like, there's someone in the car park tracking me across the car park as I walk right now with a laser pointer. Oh boy, did they turn up quickly. Oh boy, did they respond quickly. They were there in less than a minute. Yeah, I bet they're not going to do that again. It's probably just one of those little keyring laser pointers. But for all as far as I'm concerned, it was a flipping gun. Some soldiers gone nuts and started, like, aiming at people. So I took it seriously. Because I didn't want to get shot. An idiot trying to pull out the side road into the middle of a trident convoy. Yeah, that's not going to go well either. Yeah. Like, no, you can't do that. See all these flashing lights? Yeah, there's a reason for that. Morons. You must have been elbowing each other like, look what he's about to do. Look what. Oh dear. Anyway. Right, let's do the Just Blaze, because then I don't have to pay attention. So, this one requires 4 games. I don't care what the outcome is. Let's do it. Then we can keep talking. Sparkling idiots. Yes, effervescent idiots. T-Bone, you've literally just typed, you just copied. You've plagiarized. You plagiarized, Chris. Chris, I'd sue if I were you. T-Bone's a bot. I've just realized T-Bone must be an AI who scraped the chat to learn the, you know, the ambiance of the room, and so just reproduced Chris's words. Yep, must be that. T-Bot Jenks. Oh dear. You are an AI manifest. Hey, if AIs become more like you, that should be okay. Got a match. It's very, very sorry and it won't be repeated. No, look, it's BDA. Hi, BDA. How many tens of thousands of games do you lot have in your ships? Let's have a look. Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. They have many tens of thousands of games in their... They don't actually. Many thousands of games in their ships. And each of them... the lowest win rate in that division is 83.5. You cannot possibly accuse me of stats shaming, because that is ridiculous. So if this team wins this, I will be extremely surprised. We're going to have a prediction. I don't think it is physically possible for me to win this. Where's that buddy Fernando? I think he's blocked me. I think, because I sent him a message the other night. I think it was Friday. And I just said, like, tier 1 div? But this was quite late at night, and I don't think that... maybe he didn't recognize the name. Because I don't think he knows that I'm a streamer. I don't think he recognized the name from playing with me before. And he came out of his battle and immediately went offline without replying. Now, he doesn't speak very good English, so it might just be that he just didn't reply because of that, but it's also possible that he went offline because he blocked me. So, and I haven't seen him online since, so... yeah. Yeah, could have fallen asleep, maybe not enough time to reply, like didn't understand what I said, like it's whatever. I'm creepy stalker bloke. Kind of. Player shooting me. Pang, 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 pang. He's hit me. They're always insanely lucky with fires as well. Yeah, think I'm being focused. Stop using the islands like a very competent person. Yeah, empty chat window can happen if they reply but you don't read, and you're logged in but you don't read the message for a long time. That can happen. But I was literally sitting waiting for him to reply, so that can't be the case. Because the messages do time out, obviously. They're using legends? Of course they're using legends! They only play tier 1. They only play tier 1 and they only play Hermelin. Of course they are. be using a 21-point legends. They'll be using old signals, and they will be using the tier 1 build. And Pro Tier 1s? Literally, yes. The lowest win rate on the enemy division is 83. Quick, quick, before they get out of the battle. Quick. I use a 21-point captain because they use a 21-point captain. I don't have an 83% win rate. Need all the help I can get. What's going to happen now is that match is going to finish super, super quickly. And I'll end up back in another match with them. 22 points? So that would be cool. Like, we're sorry, Stats, that we didn't give you 5 years worth of Alabama camos. Or the 3 emblems that you're missing. Here's a 22-point captain that you can use on any ship on any nation. We're incredibly sorry for the oversight. You use a 21-point captain because you are tier 1 mains. I use a 21-point captain because you do. We are not the same. Yeah. I only use it on a tier 1 or added Tara. Yay, I have avoided them. It's just me and that person. Yes, when you start playing, you are protected against these guys, fortunately. Unfortunately for me, I am not. Which is why doing the ranked for the tier 1 chips is so incredibly difficult. Is that clan or the other tier 1 clan are usually playing at this time of day. And so it is very difficult to avoid them. And because they play in a triple div, you almost are guaranteed to end up on the other side. Did I hear about the earthquake swarm between Rainier? No, I didn't. Oh, I saw a cool geology thing the other day I was going to tell you about, and I forgot what it was now. Oh man, I was going to post it and then I got distracted. Can't remember. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that Rainier is one of the most well-covered volcanoes in the world in terms of seismographs and seismologists and volcanologists. They have that thing covered. If it sneezes, they will know about it. There's actually Yak Kogan Bin. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the USGS has got that place heavily monitored. I have been in an earthquake in those mountains. It's kind of an interesting experience. Shortly after, I saw a cougar. You're considering it? Better get it before I'm done with my tier 1s. What sort of cougar? The kind with 4 paws and claws. Not the kind wearing a leopard print miniskirt. Nass Valley eruption encountered, the largest eruption of Canadian volcano. Oh, cool. Nice. Pretty much touch, yeah. I mean, like, when you go to Seattle, because, you know, bear in mind, when I was there, I was studying geology. And when you're in downtown Seattle and you look up and there's literally a volcano right there, you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. If that thing goes pop in the wrong direction, Seattle is just gone. Yeah, that's cool. Now I understand why they take it so seriously. Whole valley of pyroclastic flow. Cool. Looks like cold Hawaii. Nice. Yeah, I bet that's quite interesting. Yeah, the biggest risk, lava from Rainier is actually the 3rd biggest risk. The biggest risk is what's called a nuée ardente, or a pyroclastic flow, which is basically where the volcano erupts vertically and then the column collapses. And that's what happened at Vesuvius. And buried the whole town after cooking it. So that can happen. The second thing that can happen is what's called a lahar, which is where water mixes with mud, or most dangerously with volcanic ash. Because if an eruption goes on for several days, which they can do, then you can end up with a lot of ash around, and if there's snow melt and the snow melt mixes with the ash, what you end up with is essentially concrete. And what can happen is you get this mud flow called a lahar, which can flow into towns and over buildings, and then basically sets into concrete. And it is very, very difficult to clean up, if not impossible. If that happens, the town is basically just gone. There's too many to reset. Anyone else need to reset? You? Do you need to reset? Isn't there a risk of fumes mixing into cause a toxic dome? I don't know about a dome, but volcanoes produce a lot of toxic gas here. You always see photos of stupid tourists in, or misinformed tourists perhaps, in places where there are active volcanoes, particularly in around Hawaii and in the Mediterranean, where they're like looking at a volcano that is it's kind of sputtering away, and there's clouds of gas coming at them, and they're just like, haha, look at that, the volcano's going off. Like, you're going to die. Some of those gases are invisible. Isn't that fun? I saw some footage recently of there was I don't know if it's still going on. There was a was it Stromboli or Etna? I think it was Etna. It was an Etna eruption recently, a few weeks ago, and there was some footage of some tourists who had gone up for a hike up to the top of the mountain, and they unexpectedly the volcano starts to erupt laterally as well, which is stupidly dangerous. And first of all, if the volcano had erupted 90 degrees towards them rather than sideways, they would be dead. But then the volcano starts spewing out what are called volcanic bombs, which are like car-sized pieces of molten rock, which weigh the same as a non-molten rock, by the way. And so these bombs start raining down on the land in between them and the volcano as the volcano kind of ramps up. And the person with the camera takes 3 steps backwards. Like, okay, you do not understand the situation. You need to put that down and run the fuck away. Put as much distance as you can between the volcano and you right now. 3 steps is not gonna do it. Not enough. When you get hit by a piece of soggy rock the size of a house, you'll know about it, briefly. Yeah, there's actually a really famous piece of footage that was filmed by 2 volcanologists that died getting the footage. But amazingly, the camera actually, or the film survived. There's a very famous Niue, because it was the first time that a Niue Ardente got caught on camera. In, I think it was Bora Bora. Somewhere in the Pacific. And it was the first time that that phenomenon had been caught on camera, and so the volcanologists knew they were going to die, because they were volcanologists and they knew what was going to happen. And they saw the Niue Ardente cloud coming towards them. And so they just stayed there and carried on recording, and then before it hit, they managed to secure the film canister. And other scientists were able to go in and retrieve it. But sadly, they both died, husband and wife. Quite famous. Well, we're not winning this one, are we? French couple, yeah, indeed. Oh, is it Caribbean? Oh, was it Martinique? Might have been Martinique. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you can probably go and find the footage. It's pretty amazing. It's also very sad. Yeah, like, can you imagine being in that situation? I mean, like, if you become a volcanologist working on active volcanoes, I mean, you just accept that what you're doing is extremely dangerous. Like, stupidly dangerous. Motorola? That sounds like Hawaii. I don't think it was Hawaii. Look. Can you stop, please? This is why you shouldn't get close to the bots, because when you're close, they actually will hit you. French Polynesia. Mm-hmm. Yes, I thought it was there somewhere. maybe we can pull this back? Danger is, of course, the player is waiting at the back. Like they do. They, of course, will be full health. Still spotted by the Chang'an. Hi. Oh, and you're gonna choose this moment to come and attack me. Okay. Alright. Fine. Craft, that's it. Yeah. Oh, is it Japan? I didn't know that. I would never have guessed that in a million years. Why doesn't he just push? Because that is not how you win. That is how you make a mistake and die. So that is not the move. He has, however, let me isolate this Chang'an. Apparently just changing the Earth's core today is the shortest day ever experienced. Yeah, so no, that is not, no, sorry, I read that article as well, and I am very angry about it because it misrepresents what they're saying. I think the journalist who read the science misunderstood what they were reading. That is bullshit. I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, I think the journalist who wrote it just didn't understand what they were reading. The science is probably accurate, but the way that they wrote it up is not. It's very interesting though, like the science behind it is interesting. So the Earth is generally slowing down. The reason for that is partially, well, it's mostly the tides. So basically, as the moon and the sun and Jupiter pull the oceans around the Earth, because everybody in our solar system pulls on the oceans a little bit, but we have 3 bits of the tide that are kind of measurable, and they are the moon, the sun, and Jupiter. Mainly the moon and the sun. So if the moon disappeared, we would still have tides, interestingly. As the tides go around the Earth, that drag, basically the tide like pulling like sand and rocks and stuff across the bottom of the seafloor, or coast, that all adds up, and it's basically drag. It's like drag on an object thrown through air, and that slows down the Earth. So when the Earth formed, it was spinning much faster, and it's gradually slowed down because of the tides after the formation of the oceans. And that's been the trend. Like, there's slight variations, of course, because the just like an ice skater who's spinning, and they pull their arms in and they spin faster, and they put their arms out and they spin slower. It's an experiment you can do on an office chair. Because the different densities of rocks in the Earth rearrange themselves through tectonic processes, that can change. Like, so the spin speed of the Earth can speed up and slow down depending on where the density is currently in terms of subducting continents, and where those continents are in relation to the equator and the poles. Because if all the land masses are all north and south, will spin much faster than if it's around the equator. And so that causes speeding up and slowing down, but the general trend over time is that the Earth is slowing down. So like around the time of the dinosaurs, for example, I believe I'm right in saying that the length of a day would have been more like 23 hours rather than 24 hours. I might have that number wrong, but it was certainly faster. What this piece of science that's been reported is that because of the thing I was just talking about with the subducting plates and where the continents are and all that kind of stuff, we're currently spinning a bit faster than we would otherwise be if it was a smooth line. The way it was reported was the exact wording in the BBC article, which literally made me scoff out loud as I was reading it on my phone, was, "This is the fastest the Earth has ever been spinning in history." Like, no, it's not. Absolutely not. It's in the last, I don't know what time frame it is. I'll have to go and look at the original article. But yeah, I would imagine what they meant, what the scientists they were quoting meant was since the beginning of recorded history or something like that, which is probably true. Since the beginning of humans, I doubt that's true, because that's a long time. Depends on where you draw that line, but yeah, no, the Earth is currently spinning a bit faster. Which is interesting. Potential maximum size of dinosaurs. You're concerned the biggest T-Rex could have pushed 20 metric tons. Do you know, Bin, who Danny Anduza is? If you don't know Danny Anduza, I recommend, I'll do a shout out for him. You should go and follow him because he's a Twitch streamer, Twitch partner. Oh, you do? Cool. Yeah. If you want to go and talk about that, I'm sure he would love to discuss that. You want to talk about big dinos. He loves a big dino. You make the Earth spin faster when you walk. So technically, if you travel, if you're standing on the equator and you travel to the poles, one of the poles, the Earth spins faster because you are no longer at the equator. Tiny weeny little bit. Would time go slower? So no, it would go faster. Depends on, well, so it depends on the frame of reference. If the frame of reference of the person, it depends what you mean. This is the problem with relativity. So from the frame of reference of the person experiencing time, time is always just time. Time just goes. So for you, time is always just one for one, always just ticking. So it depends what you mean. Depends what you mean. So someone who is at the equator, because they are traveling faster than someone at the poles, time progresses more slowly for the person who is at the equator. Because the person at the poles, in the reference frame of the Earth, the person at the poles is staying still. I know there's an actually, but the person at the poles is staying still, and the person at the equator is going around and round 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 and round. So the person at the equator is aging more slowly. And someone else who is on a bit higher up at the equator, for example, in a satellite, they will age even more slowly. You disagree? So yeah, it's really confusing, math. It's really, really confusing. Relativity will break your brain. I understand conceptually relativity. I couldn't explain the maths. No way. I just know certain things are true without understanding why they're true, but I just trust the physicists in that particular case because I don't know calculus. Further, yeah, that's true. So further from the center does make time faster if you are traveling. But so the poles are no, actually, so the poles are closer. So the poles are actually closer to the equator. The further from the center is not the part that makes time faster. So there's the gravity component as well, I guess. Yes, that is true. Yeah, there is a gravitational component. But as far as I know, the speed outranks the gravity in that circumstance. Because the gravitational difference between the poles and the equator is minuscule. The speed difference is infinite. Yeah, GPS has to account for it. Been still on about his dinosaurs. Using American gators, which are not dinosaurs, as an example, T-Rexes are the most... So gators aren't dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Am I a sub to Danny right now? No. Danny has 3 emotes. Birds are dinosaurs. If you spend 20 years in space, you are younger than someone who spent 20 years in a dwarven mine. Where's the dwarven mine? How far did you go in space? How fast were you traveling in space? Down in a hole. Okay. How fast is Earth moving in space versus how fast is it spinning? Oof, okay. So I think I'm right in saying that the speed at the equator, if you consider, so the frame of reference, the reason I keep saying frame of reference is that everything is relative, right? No, there's no fixed point in space where you can say we're moving relative to sorry, everything is moving relative to that. There is no single point in space, everything is relative. So in the frame of reference of the Earth, I believe I'm right in saying that if you're standing on the equator, the speed that you're actually traveling like forwards is, I think it's about 4,000 miles an hour. I think I'm right about that, roughly. How fast is the Earth moving through space depends on what you mean. Do you mean how fast is the Earth going around the sun in its orbit? Or do you mean how fast is the Earth going around the sun at the same time that the sun is going around the galactic center? Or do you mean how fast is the Earth going around the sun at the same time the sun is going around the galactic center at the same time that the galaxy is orbiting its local cluster? Or do you mean how fast is the Earth going through space around the sun at the same time the sun is going around the galaxy, at the same time that the galaxy is going around its cluster, at the same time the cluster is coalescing into a supercluster? Or do you see my point? It's a it depends question. What's the ratio of a person sitting at, so the ratio of a person sitting at the pole, if you assume that the pole is completely stationary, like a 100% stable spinning top, which it is not, but let's just imagine that it is. The person who is sitting directly above the spinning pole, because there are 3 different poles, the geographic pole, is completely stationary. You're literally just pivoting on the spot. And so their velocity is 0. And so the answer is infinite, because the person who is going around the equator is traveling at some speed, and the person who is at the pole is traveling at 0 speed. So the answer is infinity, if you're measuring it relatively. But that's not actually the case, because the Earth wobbles. And so very, very slowly that point processes around over thousands of years. But the speed is still very slow. Could you not argue the center of the universe is a fixed point? Where's that? Because we don't even know if the universe is finite, so we don't know if it has a center. Because if it's finite, it may have a center. If it's infinite, it doesn't have a center. Something that's infinite can't have a center. So that's a nonsensical question. Sun around the galactic center, 225 kilometers per second. Yeah, I love this. There's some visualizations you can go and look up about how the planets orbit the sun as they go around the galaxy. Really, really cool. As we grow up with this kind of like static picture of the planets just going around the sun in isolation, but actually everything is moving around the galaxy as well. Is it true the poles switch every X million years? Yes, that is absolutely true. There are several pieces of evidence. The main one for that is magnetic inversion in the seafloor. So this was actually discovered by military submarines, US military submarines in World War II, when they were basically dragging magnetic sensors behind the submarine, looking for enemy assets. So looking for metallic objects under the water. And the data that they recorded was classified, unfortunately. But a member of the US Navy who saw this data and happened to be a geologist in peacetime, saw this data, realized how monumentally important it was for this to be released, and actually got it declassified, because otherwise it would have been classified for decades. And that data led to the confirming of the theory of plate tectonics. So if you look at one of the spreading centers on our oceans, so like the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, for example, and you measure the magnetic polarity of the iron minerals in those rocks, you will see that they point a certain direction, because when magma solidifies into rock, the iron minerals, which are magnetic, align themselves along the magnetic grid lines. It's like if you take iron filings and a magnet, like that experiment you do in school, it's exactly the same. So the minerals align themselves along the lines, and so you can tell which way the poles were arranged at the time, and you can also tell where those rocks were on Earth because of how much they are dipping downwards. Because at the equator, the field lines are parallel to the ground surface, but at the poles they're vertical. And what's even more interesting is if you go out in both directions away from that ridge line, you will eventually reach an inversion. So you'll reach a point where all the minerals are pointing one direction, and then suddenly in the next, few meters of rock, they're pointing the other way. And that will go on for a few kilometers, and then they switch back. And so you get this like barcode pattern. What's really interesting is that barcode pattern is mirrored on each side of the ridge. So if it's like thick north, thin south, thick north, thick south, on the other side you'd have the same but mirrored. You'd have thick north, thin south, thick north, thick south on the other side. And that's where the theory of plate tectonics came from, because it shows that the ocean comes up and is formed like a double conveyor belt. I've forgotten what the original question was now. So do the poles switch? Yes, they do. And there is some evidence that we are about to go through that. I would be wary dweller of the term overdue. This often gets used with things like earthquakes and floods and whatever. You can't really say that because the periodicity is quite variable. And so if you average out how long it is, like across billions of years, because we have we probably have nearly 1 billion years worth of this record. And if you average out how long it is between the switches, you could say, yes, we're overdue. But that doesn't mean what it sounds like it means, because it could be that the situation in the Earth at the moment is just such that the inversion this time is going to take a bit longer. Sometimes it takes a bit longer, sometimes it doesn't. Depends. And on a human timescale, that's like tens of thousands of years difference. So I would be wary of using the term overdue when it comes to geological things. Will the seasons switch? No, because the seasons are determined by the Earth's physical position in space. So the Earth doesn't change, right? So the position of the Earth in space and its orientation with respect to the sun doesn't change. What's changing is the magnetic pole, which is the what we think happens is that the core of the Earth flips upside down. We think that that's what happens. The Earth is like a shell around the outside, and then the core is the bit that moves, and that doesn't affect the orientation of the Earth. So let's say it could happen over like a week. It doesn't, but let's say it could happen over a week. You wouldn't notice anything. The creamy center, exactly. It was more like the crunchy center. The Earth is kind of like crunchy, gooey, liquid, crunchy. In that order. It's the very, very crunchy core. It's the hazelnut in the middle that is inverting. Yeah, your compass would notice, absolutely, of course. But if you were just standing in a field, you wouldn't notice anything. Yeah, well, that's true. You might notice if you are very in tune with birds, like if you're used to seeing birds flying in certain directions, you might notice the birds getting a bit confused. It won't happen in a flash and we'll get plunged to the walls. No, but in our technological society, it can cause some problems because we do still rely on the magnetic field for a lot of technological stuff, and also the magnetic field protects us from solar radiation. And so while life seems to have been fairly resilient to this over the course of Earth's history, not completely resilient, but we're still here. Our technology is not. So if there's at the moment, if there's something like a coronal mass ejection that comes towards the Earth, a lot of that gets funneled around and down into the poles, which is where the aurora comes from. And so our electronic systems are at least partially protected from that effect. But during the inversion, that may not be the case. Because what happens, if we look at the geological record, what happens is the magnetic field strength decreases. And then is very, very low. And then just, regardless of the direction, the actual strength of the field decreases. And then comes back again once the inversion happens. And so during that weakened magnetic field period, solar radiation will be able to reach the Earth much more easily, and humanity will probably need to not only protect our electronic devices, but also protect ourselves. So we'll definitely need radiation protection and very, very good sun cream during that period. With the yes, so the magnetosphere does, so it decreases and decreases and decreases to the point of inversion, and then it increases back to full strength again. Yeah. But it's not constant anyway. It's like a wibbly wobbly jelly thing. We'll need this to gain victory over the evil AI overlords. The problem is that the evil AI overlords will understand that this is about to happen and will protect themselves, probably. So we'd better do the same for the electronics that we have. Being in the UK will help? No, well, no, not necessarily. Certainly, the equator is worse off, just on average, because of more insolation. Because it's perpendicular to the sun, and so it just receives more energy. But in a big, like, CME event, it's not going to make that much difference. When you consider that, like, if the sun's output increases by 1%, the Earth's atmosphere gets blown off. Like, you know, we are just in a temporary situation right now. Radiation from space. So it depends what radiation you mean, because some radiation is not affected by magnetospheres, and so that doesn't give a shit. It just comes straight through. Because non-charged particles don't react to magnetic fields. Anything that is charged is deflected by the magnetosphere. So the poles do receive more radiation because of that. I'm using radiation very loosely, obviously, because that's where the magnetic field lines come down. But it's kind of like, if you go and look into how the magnetosphere protects us, it's a very complicated situation, because it's not as simple as, oh, it's just like a shield, because it kind of, the charge sort of builds up, and then it's really cool. It kind of accumulates and then sort of like snaps away into space, like these bubbles of radiation kind of snap off from the magnetosphere and kind of float away into space. It's really cool. Anyway. Radiation is like laminar airflow separation. I'm not sure you can make that comparison. Else, Jim, I did nothing. That was a cog. I tend to look at it and go, it's another Asia code. Oh well. The cog is diligent. Right. So, 2 losses. Yay! This is pretty much how I was expecting this to go, so that's okay. Exactly, Panda. You humble the ones that are listed as C only but work on EU. Mm-hmm. Your record is 2? And how many Asia only? Like 200. Yes, Yak. What's also really interesting is that you know the new telescope, the Vera. What's it called? The Vera. I forgot the name. The Vera C. The Vera C. Rubin Observatory. Yeah. Apparently, in the I can't remember the exact figure, but like in the first hour that it was live or something, they found thousands of new near-Earth objects. They just turned it on and went like, "Oh look, oh look at all these asteroids." That's great. In the first, not very many hours of operation. It's like we don't want to know. Just turn it back off. Yeah, you can imagine being the astronomer, like turning it on and going, "Oh no, oh no." Anyone got a net? So that's going to be interesting. It's going to produce some really, really interesting data. And like a lot of those kind of projects, the base imagery, just like JWST, is public domain. So you can just go onto their website and download the raw files. You can literally go and download the TIFF images and do whatever you like with them. Yeah, Quaker, absolutely. I'll need to give you permission though. Asteroid hunting? Cool. Did Netflix sign a contract to stream NASA streams? Oh, really? Yeah, they stream on Twitch and YouTube. They stream on Twitch in 720p for some reason. I don't know why that is. Sky Viewer? That's not the website that I've been going to. What's that? Oh, they've got a proper website now.
Wagwan.
Interesting. Yeah, I've just been going to the just the observatory website itself.
Code Armies 666 reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
Right, what's the sit? Mm-hmm. Wow, we just went on a bit of a journey. Where do we get started? Oh, is it volcanoes? Oh yeah, Yak. That whole thing was like 45 minutes. Was started by Yak asking whether I'd seen about some volcano or something. Oh, Rainier, that was it. That was what got me into looking up observatory images, because the Hubble Deep Field was my Windows wallpaper for years. I love that image. And JWST has produced some images which are very similar and just mind-bogglingly amazing. Like you zoom in and every single dot that you see is a galaxy. It's just incredible. Well, the thing with Hubble is that because it's, I think Hubble images are more compelling because they are visual spectrum. Because although your eyes are nothing like the Hubble telescope, the spectrum that it's seeing the universe in is same as your eyes, and so, you know, the images are realistic. Whereas with JWST, because it's infrared, that's not what your eyes would see. And so they have to be brought into the visual spectrum. And for me, that always, like, I'm always blown away by the images, but always in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, it doesn't actually look like that. But then you could also make the argument that because what JWST is looking at, a lot of it is redshifted, you could actually make the argument that if you were closer, it would do. If you were closer to those objects, they would be in the visible spectrum, and so it kind of works. Oh, you got a Hubble book? Nice. Yeah, that observatory has produced some amazing images. Yeah, Salt, absolutely. Wasn't Chris Hadfield on that mission? I think he was. When they had to go and jiggle the mirrors or whatever. Yes, this stream of me half-assed playing Tier 1 is definitely the second best stream that any of you have ever seen. I honestly can't believe why there aren't more people here. Just imagining, whenever I do Tier 1, I'm always imagining people like turning the stream on going like, oh! Either, who's this guy, or what's Status up to? I'm like, oh. Why is he playing Tier 1? He nearly hit me. Massimino. I think Chris did do one of the Hubble missions. I forget which one it was. It's in his extremely good autobiography. Which, if you have any interest in space or planes, I highly recommend reading. Because he is a very good storyteller. Hang on, Big. Is it reasonable to suggest that all mass above sea level now might have been volcanic activity at some point or another far up? So, okay. As with everything, the answer to the question is kind of complicated. So, I think it was either asked earlier and I didn't get around to answering it. Is everything a volcano? Essentially, is everything volcanic? Kind of. So there are some exceptions, but mostly yes, at a very basic overview level, yes, everything was once magma. Magma. So even sedimentary rocks were once igneous rocks, which were then eroded and deposited as sedimentary rocks, because the minerals in sedimentary rocks are sandstone, for example. The sand in sandstone is igneous minerals that have been eroded out of some cliff or mountain somewhere and then deposited and then made into rock again. So yes. However, there are circumstances like the one I can think of that springs to mind, like meteorite strikes, where that rock is not volcanic, it's not igneous, because if it's a meteorite that's come from space that coalesced from a gas cloud and a dust cloud, that has never been molten. And so you cannot say that it's igneous because it's not. So no, it's not true that absolutely everything was once igneous, but the vast majority, yes. All rock on the surface of the Earth was at some point molten in some way, somehow. Either it came out of a volcano, or it came out of a mid-ocean ridge, or some kind of basalt flood, or if it's really old, was maybe molten from the accretion of the Earth itself. I don't think there's any of that on the surface of the Earth, but that in theory could be true. No, I would say it's more than kind of true, because I'm struggling to think of any other examples, but it's definitely true that any like meteorite or like rocky comet material that reaches the surface of the Earth has never been molten, and so unless it melts during that process. But if you're walking around in the desert or on an ice pack and you pick up a fallen meteorite, that is not igneous. And so, therefore, it is not true that all rocks on Earth were igneous. But the vast majority. Because, like, for example, the Earth receives, I think it's probably difficult to calculate, but I think it's something like 75, 80 metric tons of dust every day fall onto the Earth. None of that is igneous. Unless it happens to be material that was ejected from... Actually, no, it could be. Some of it could be igneous. A very small proportion of it will be from other planets, which could be igneous. Most of it's in your computer? I hope not. Yeah, like, so if it's like the summer for a while, for example, if it's the summer and it hasn't rained for a while, and your car is kind of dusty, some of that, some small proportion of that, maybe like 1%, has fallen from space. That is not terrestrial material. The next time you're like, oh god, my car's dusty, just consider for a second that some of that is 4.5 billion year old space dust. And then clean off. Oh my god, it's a win! 1 in 100 bats you see are actually space bats. I feel like we need some kind of theme tune. Like a 1950s sci-fi. Space bats from the 24th century. I'm collecting stardust. Yeah, no, literally. In theory, if you go outside and you stand for a few minutes with your mouth open, you're probably going to catch a grain of space dust. Less desire to clean the car? Nice. Biker bats from Mars. Wasn't that actually a cartoon? Biker mice from Mars. Yeah. What did I run out of? I ran out of cameras? No. But my orange. Fine, I'll find a different orange one. When do I expect to do a tech trees reset? A good question. I need to set a reminder. 12 days wargaming time. Let's go with 11 to 13 days. Sometime in the next 2 weeks. So I'll probably set a reminder for the 19th. I made my choice. I think so because of the video I want to remake. I think I'm going to do the Haru line because I want to say in the script most XP efficient line is the Harugumo line, and then actually that's the one that I reset. Because in the current video I reset the Kremlin line, which makes no sense whatsoever. Because that's a terrible line to do a reset. I can't make it even Fortnite because then I'll miss the double-double. It's got to be done before then. If you ever want to know when the next reset is, just come and look at this. Is that even a fun line anymore? Yeah, it's great. I'll probably skip through those ones. I love Minakaze. I tolerate Hatsuharu. I love Shiratsuyu. It's great. Shiratsuyu and Kagura are both really good. Because Shiratsuyu, to a certain extent, gets around the problem that a lot of Tier 7 destroyers have that don't have the concealment upgrade. Because it just has really good base concealment. And so Shira is really nice to play. And then you go into the gunboats, and they are still very, very good. Ted, the resets happen for everyone at the same time. The date is not personal to you. It's the same for everyone. So maybe server specific, but your date should be the same as mine. I tolerate Hatsuharu. It needs to be a t-shirt. I tolerate Hatsuharu. On the back it says, I hate New Mexico. Right, we've got one more battle to do in Vankinsbergen. So let's get that done, and then maybe we'll have a little break. And I have some event codes to give away. They are, I believe, triple Dynamo crate packs. It's the person who was on my team is now on their team. My other warship is a Hatsu. And which one was that, Staney? Shima, nice. The most important thing with resets is to realize that you're not going to be playing the tier 10 because you only have to play that once. The two ships that you really need to pay attention to whether you're going to enjoy it or not, if you're actually playing through the line for the XP, is the tier 8 and particularly the tier 9, because of course those are the two that you're going to spend the most time on. Yeah, it does. So I currently still have my ×2 for the current period, but that ends in 12 days, and then there'll be a new double. And so what that enables you to do every 6 months is you can do what I call a double. And so basically, let's say it switches over on a Monday. On the Sunday, you would do a double reset and then turn the game off. And then on the Monday, the new double becomes available, and then you can use your free XP. And for only one lot of free XP, you can get a 4 times reset. Assuming you're starting with the line already reset. But you can only do that every 6 months. That's the most efficient way of using your free XP. Or technically the most efficient way of using your credits. Yes, Anrocket's Twitch has increased the aggressiveness with which they save data. So that is not just you, and it's not just some streams. It's, in theory, all streams. And there's not a lot that you can do about it. You could try setting... One of the things that it does is it will decrease the resolution automatically. If you manually choose a resolution, it won't do that. Whether that helps with the pausing, I don't think so. Basically, if you want to watch a stream, you have to watch the stream. You can't put it on like in a background tab anymore, because it will just stop. Not immediately, but after a few minutes. Because video data is really super expensive. Yeah, there's a picture-in-picture, that's true actually. You can try PMP. You can try PMP, you can try popping out the video window. There's a few different things you can do. A lot of streamers don't just stream to one platform. Oh, I appear to have got something in my eye. Oh no, I appear to be winking at you. Oh, sorry about that. Come down with a nasty case of YouTubeitis. I do, Sofa. Yeah, no, it's terrible. I'm gonna have to get some eye wash or something.
Paul Red gifted a tier 1 sub to JB0Need2.
Paul, thank you very much for gifting sub to JB12. That's the most kind of you. Thank you so much. Buy some eye drops. I actually have some right now that are pretty good for my hay fever.
Boostar gifted a tier 1 sub to Paul Red.
Boo, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Paul. Very kind. Thank you both. Appreciate you. There's too many to reset, and I'm the only player. Yeah, hay fever. Mine went away, but I don't usually get late or like mid to late summer hay fever. Usually mine's pretty early, but this last couple of weeks, I've been a bit sniffly. I was doing some gardening yesterday and today, and oh boy, I was sneezing my head off. Ow. Look you. You're all up in my business. Hey, what? capped out. I was like, what? The other player did not reset the bots. Did I really skill my 21 pointer? Let me tell you something about tier 1. Lenza. Tier 1 is populated by players who play literally all of their games at tier 1. There are some people who have 30,000 battles in a Hermelin. And you bet your ass that they have a 21-point commander, legendary commander, on that.
Sandgate reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
Very specific tier 1 build. And they play in triple divisions, and they have 85% win rates. If you don't take a 21-point commander, if you are trying to win, like I am, you will not, frankly. It is a difficult environment because of these players. They will eat you alive. This is a very different environment. Do not make the mistake of thinking that tier 1 is a walk in the park. It is not. Right, that is Van Kinsbergen done. We've got 3 more to do in Sutledge. But we're going to take a break. Do a giveaway. Let me get my spreadsheet of unexpired codes. Oops. I have some event codes that give 3 dynamo containers, each of which can drop ships. It's like a 1 in 222 chance of dropping a ship each. So you will have a 3 in 222 chance of getting a ship if you win. Are you not excited? You nearly went for breakfast. So I'm going to be taking a break first, Jim. So you've got 5 minutes or so. It's probably not enough for breakfast, but if you want to go and grab something, you've got time. Listen out for the music. Any chance of dropping a pizza? I could go for that right now. If you want to look up what's in these, if you go to that page and you type Dynamo in the search box, which is near the top, you're looking for the non-premium Dynamo containers. There's 3 in each pack. Alright, I'll be back in a few moments. I think we live here now. I am genuinely not sure whether I can actually get this off. So this thing is sort of like if you take Ragnar and Småland and you kind of go and then you go whoop, and turn it into a cruiser. It's like hump, sphere. Right? Get it? That's my review. Dev blog sphere. So let's give it the normal treatment. Oh, plus smoke. Yeah, so like thump. Right. Oh my god, what's this? It's what is this thing?
It's
It doesn't
got
have.
turrets.
Egypt.
See, it doesn't have
Egypt.
planes. What's
Egypt.
going on? It has literally no planes. And no engine sound because I had to turn those down because planes are loud. Salai has redeemed his channel points Bureau Twitch reset. So I will VIP you. 1 second. VIP Sly. There you go, Sly. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to VIPness. You just didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm going to ignore the fact that I'm not going to give myself gig fit. I've gone. We are not going to have Born in Hawk 2. Disappoint. Kill him in. Oh boy, when I get the giggles. Okay. But there's some classics in there. Nice. 85,000. Holy moly. More like I am not the person to ask, I'm afraid, because I just don't have the matches in those two. I think the biggest difference to point out is that one only has AP. Let me just double check that what I'm saying is not bollocks. Yeah, I only have 10 games in Druid. Yeah, so Druid is AP only. Vampire 2 is not. Yeah, Vampire 2 is more well-rounded, right? Whereas Druid is just like... pure guns. Druid is a beast, Vampire sucks. Yeah, so Vampire, if you want to play something that's a bit like the other Commonwealth
Grinora
destroyers...
subbed with Prime for 19 months total. Rocket
Vampire.
launch detected.
Ahoy.
Well, actually, probably play. I haven't played the new American destroyers that are coming out this week, but in theory, they will play quite a lot like Vampire 2 because if they've got that on-off crawling smoke. So yeah, they're quite different. Whereas Druid is AP only, but I think it has a significantly improved AP, but you don't have a crawling smoke. So you need to know what you're doing with AP in terms of what to aim at and when. But this thing will take destroyers and light cruisers apart. Whereas Vampire 2 is a bit more well-rounded. Brynyor, thank you very much for the 19 months. How you doing? Thank you very much. We are going to do a giveaway over on Twitch. If you would like to enter this giveaway, there are going... What? I didn't say F you, Rock. When did I say anything that sounded even vaguely like F you, Rock? We're gonna give away... Let's do... Frick it, let's do 5. We're gonna do 5 Dynamo packs. This is a triple pack of non-premium Dynamo containers. 5 of them. Each container within that 3 has a small chance of dropping a ship. Probably it won't, but it might. You never know. It has to for someone. So if you would like to enter this giveaway, you need to be following the Twitch channel. You need to be on Twitch. You need to, or at least have the Twitch chat open. You need to make sure you know where your whispers are, because that's how I'm going to get the code to you. You need to be paying attention, please, because I am going to do 5 prizes, and that's going to be tricky. It's 1 entry per person, and this is for any of the PC servers, EU, NA, or B. If you would like to enter, It is !bloke away, and that is now open in the chat, and you can do that anytime in the next seasons. Go. In the words, Boo, of Radiohead, you do it to yourself.
Minato91 Full used their Prime sub here for the first time ever. A very warm welcome to Minato91 Full. Enjoy your complimentary rocket.
Minato, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Muchly appreciated. Welcome. You will get no ads for the next month, as well as a selection of mediocre emotes. Alright. Everybody in? 53 entries. 1 in 10 this is going to be. 1 in 10 people. Alright, pay attention. Whisper me with your in-game name and server, please. I'm going to do a couple, get the whispers open, and then do the next 3. Because otherwise people will type things and they'll disappear off the screen. 1 second. So far we have Slim and Smile, Emilanda, and Duster, and Magic Fox. Did I not type that right? Oh, I'm spelling it with a G. Like, why isn't that coming up in the autocomplete? Oh, thanks, Magic. Thank you. My brain was having a moment. Hang on. Slam, thank you. Smile, thank you. Emelanda, and your name and server, please. Duster, hello, thank you. Lovely. Almost everyone has given me their name already. Lovely. Give me a second while I get through. Slim, that should give you 3 crates. Smile, that should give you 3 crates. Duster, that should give you 3 crates. And Magic. It's your birthday tomorrow, Duster. Happy birthday for tomorrow. Many happy returns. And then when Emil, has Emil shown signs of life? Emilanda, are you here? Did you message me in chat and I didn't see it? Are you currently wrestling with some kind of difficult problem? Evan has just won an internet. Smile, you're very welcome. You won, Duster. Enjoy. 3 dynamo crates. Emil, are you here? Is the druid any good? I don't know, I haven't played it much. But yes, I think so. You are here. Could you please answer my whisper? Magic, you are very welcome, despite the fact that I could not spell your name. I was typing M-A-G. I'm like, why isn't this working? My brain was translating magic with a J into a G. It's peanuts. It's not tech tree. Emil, could you please answer my whisper? Thank you. If you can't answer my whisper, you can put it in chat. But I need your in-game name. Yeah, I agree, John Lee. The fact that it's AP only means that, to a certain extent, you make your own luck, but to a certain extent, you're going to have to make sure you're positioned to be able to use that AP, because if something knows what it's doing and it noses into you, there's not going to be much you can do. So then you have to go around. Alright, I have the deets. Obviously, there's a very small chance that someone will get a ship, but you never know, because that was a 15 in 222 chance that someone in that group will get a ship. What is that? 15 and 222.22. Times 100. A 6.75 in 100 chance that someone in that group will get a ship. Got it, Emil. Nice. Most likely boosters, yeah. No worries. Okay. So, if you're willing to come with me, chat, I've got some more action-packed, riveting Tier 1 gameplay. What's a proper pick? I think the two, for the Tier 1 mains who only play Tier 1, there are two choices. One is Hemelin, and the other one is Griff. Those are the two that they play. $12 green versus some credits. I hope that comes in handy. Alright, let's play Sidlet. Ronery. You got 5900, nice. Don't think we'll be doing the Jupiter today. Templar. Templar. Warm up your Lenin, Templar. Fuel the Lenin. Stock the drinks cabinet. replenish the bread. Liquid bread, you. That sounds disgusting. Ugh. Isn't that essentially beer? I'm trying not to crackle too much in your direction. That's right. I actually don't know. There are multiple grains that you can use for beers. I don't know if stout is a specific grain. I'm not sure. That's a good question, Nitro. What's the reason for that difference in choice? Is it because you're limited by the number of points that you have available? Oh, you play only PvE? Oh, that's a good question. I think, what kind of PvE? Are we talking co-op, or are we talking like the super difficult asymmetrical PvE? Because those are very different. Ops and asyms, probably SE. But if you can have both with your points, I would probably go for both. In my heavy cruiser builds, I would have both. You're limited. I think I think it depends. Like, what's your experience so far? Are you running out of hit points? Are you dying a lot? If you're dying a lot, I would take SE or get good. If you're not, then take the damage. Another thing to bear in mind is if you do more damage in PvE, you will kill things more quickly, and so there'll be less stuff shooting you. Why are we in this tier? Because, Evan of Wargaming, I have set myself a win rate challenge, which includes all of the ships in your beautiful game, regardless of tier, because we are an equal opportunities ronker, and I am including all the tier 1s. So, at some point, I have to play all of the tier 1s, all of the tier 2s, all of the tier 3s, all the tier 4s, and so on and so on and so on. And so I've just been chipping away at the tier 1s, and I'm nearly there. Nearly there. But we keep bumping into tier 1 mains who make it kind of tricky. Because they only play tier 1, and they're very good at it. I think Fernando's blocked me. Molag, if you're on NA, then yes. If you're on EU, no. My misuse of your product. Hey, you licensed me to be able to play your product, so I'll play it however I want. Thank you very much. Does the license agreement stipulate how I'm supposed to play? Actually, it kind of does, because it says you've got to try and win. Incomparable is really fun, yeah. Mikios, I really like it. If you want to ask someone who has a wealth of experience with Incomparable, I would ask Kilibin. I don't know if he's around right now, but he likes Incomp and St. Vincent, which is the tech tree kind of version of that. But you need to know what you're doing. Bin does like the W ships, it's true. If you cut Bin like a stick of Liverpool rock, he says W on the inside. Most people have internal organs, a spine, and things like that. He just has W. If he could go 30 knots, yep. But Eco, what would you, I just called you Echo. Eco, what would you take off the Vermont? So if you were to take the current Vermont, as it is in the game right now, with the unique upgrade and everything, in order for it to be able to go 30 knots, what would you take off it? What would you balance in order to have a Vermont that does 30? Including keeping its acceleration. Give it Mino armor. Do the fisher scheme? That'd be kind of interesting. Give it a 90-second reload. Remove its AA guns. Make its concealment really bad. Give it a 12k range. Oh my god, can you imagine? What is its concealment? It's not far off that. Suddenly this Vermont just turns up and goes, "Hi, blap." Like, can you all have to be in my cap? Careful, chat. Evan's taking notes. Be careful what you say next. I'd like it to have missiles. Can it have a nuke? And we have tactical sea lions. Yeah. I've got a Hercules up my bum. I said the thing. Sea lions. How to see the FPS? It is an option in settings. I think it's the HUD settings. It's just an option. It's currently on my screen. It is there. It's just covered by the little server tag that I've got up there, but it is up there. So Subaru, if you go into your options, escape menu, you should find that it's an option. There you go. Yep, HUD. HUD performance toggle switch. And that will give you your FPS and also your ping. But just bear in mind that the way that the ping is measured at the top of the screen there is linked to frame rate. And so if you have a bit of a lag spike or you're struggling with performance, you might also notice that the ping goes really high, but that's not because the ping is high, it's because the frame rate is bad. Ow! Don't get close to the buds. Ow! Stop. Aha! Oh no, don't aim from the hip. Don't aim from the hip, Stats. That was arrogant. Don't do that. There we go. What's my opinion on Congress? I do not have an opinion on Congress. It did get close to me, it's true. I let it creep up on me. I have played it. I don't remember it. Because I have played at least 750 different ships, and I do not remember all of them. Oh, you like it? Cool. What do you like about it? Isn't she a battleship? Or am I thinking of the wrong ship? Oh, I'm thinking of Constellation. Okay, in which case I am thinking of the wrong ship, and I do like Constitution. Yes. Is that the one without the radar, or does it have a radar? There's too many similar ships. It has the radar? Okay, I'm not thinking. It's not the one I'm thinking of. What's the gun arrangement? Is it 2-3-2? Or is it 3-2-3? Or is it 2-3-3? Yes. It's one of those. 2-3-2. Okay, I think I know the one. Yeah, I tend to like cruisers that have 305, 310mm guns. Tends to be my jam. Apart from Kronstadt. Looking at you, Kronstadt. Stupid shit. Why do I think Wargaming loves carriers so much? Why do you think they love carriers so much? What makes you think they love them? Kronstadt needs a dispersion buff. That's an understatement. No, seriously though, that would actually fix the ship if they made the guns a little bit less French feeling, because they feel very French. Then that ship would actually be pretty good. Maybe it's probably in the batch of ships that can't be balanced, but definitely needs it. Battleship dispersion, and you really, really notice it. Such a frustrating ship to play because okay, I've got this cruiser broadside. I'm gonna nuke it. Or rather, I need to nuke it. Nothing. And then like another match, you'll just take some random pot shot at something and you get the laser dispersion and everything dies. It's just... It's the most French, un-French ship. Where'd he go? Now, he does have a bit of a health advantage on me. I better aim good. Cotton Eye Joe. Tilted. We can end up doing Benny Hill around this island. Yeah, I know. The adrenaline-packed action of Tier 1. Oh no, he's got the corner advantage with the hitting around the rock. Off to a cracking start though. Oof, that hurts. Ow, he hurts more than me. Ow. Need to take advantage of saturation. Ah. He hurts more than me. What a useless bot. Didn't even try. How do I like it? I don't. Talon asks on YouTube. I've reached tier 7 Italian battleships and thoroughly enjoying the line so far. I need tips for the future ships of that line. It's not a line that I have a huge amount of experience with. Not really. So I think the key mistake that a lot of players make with the Italian battleships, with the engine smoke, or any Italian ship with the engine smoke, is they forget their smoke bloom. Right? So in a battleship, very high caliber guns, you have a really big smoke bloom. And I've seen so many countless players over the years since they came out smoke up either just after they fired, or they'll smoke up and then shoot and then get themselves spotted because they're not aware of the concept of smoke shooting. Shooting with like a battleship or something inside your smoke bloom is one thing. Shooting and not realizing that there's something inside, like a destroyer, is another thing. So that can happen accidentally, even if you're aware of the mechanic. But you need to be aware where that range is. If you use some of the minimap mods, you can actually have that circle drawn on the minimap. But at the very least, you should know what that range is. You can get it in the battle by holding H, and it's the shooting from smoke range. Because the problem with that smoke is you can't turn it off, right? So like any smoke, as well as it being an advantage to you, it can also be a disadvantage because you can blind yourself quite easily. Not to mention other people around you. And so many times I've seen people get into the situation where they're like, ooh, I can be sneaky. And they'll press the smoke button, as I said, either just before or after shooting something. And then they're in their smoke. They can't see the thing that was spotting them anymore because they've just smoked and they were the only one spotting. But because they've just fired, they are spotted. And so there's the double whammy of you've blinded yourself and you're spotted. So the number one tip I would give for playing those ships and any other ships that have a smoke bloom, or have a smoke, but particularly the engine smokes, is that you learn what your smoke bloom is. So Talon, do you know what I'm talking about? Are you aware of that mechanic? Because if you're not, I can try and explain. It's just that the you mentioned smoke miner. Obviously, Minotaur, very small guns. The bloom is quite small, and so it's very difficult to get caught out by that, because the chances that something's inside your bloom is quite small, especially for it to be inside your bloom and not also in your hydro. But because the battleships have such a large bloom range, it's very easy to forget. I've done it myself. You're like, ooh, I can smoke. Like, you know, you need to get a heal in, like because that smoke is really useful, both for pushing, but also for escaping. If you need to get a heal in, you're taking a bit too much incoming, you've got like a Dutch cruiser you didn't know was there and you need to move. It's super, super useful, but it's only useful if you're not spotted. And so you need to think about your bloom timer when you're using that smoke. I would recommend you don't have it installed. So I'm about to shoot my guns. Watch the reticle. Oh, I think it's spotted. If I got spotted, there will be a countdown timer now on my detected icon. Then all it does, it just counts back from 20. In my opinion, that should be part of the base game. But it's really useful for playing with the smoke bloom. Or with an engine smoke, because it tells you when that 20 seconds, if you do make a mistake, or you're waiting for the time to press the button to smoke, it's going to tell you exactly when that is. And so I highly recommend playing with the mod called Shot Timer, which literally just counts down from 20 every time you click. And then once you develop the habit of playing those ships, keeping an eye on that distance, it just becomes second nature. But if you've already got that instinct from playing other ships, then you should be fine. Yeah, exactly, Ziggy, totally. Like, there are still people who smoke up battleships. Like, there's no point. Because then unless the battleship needs to go dark to heal, like if you can see that there's a battleship, especially if it's in a division with you, if there's a battleship that has a heal coming up, and if they go dark, they might survive to use the heal, then smoke them if you think they're going to use it. But if that ship is going to be shooting, there is literally no point in smoking, because it's actually worse than neutral, because you might also blind them, so don't do that. Even larger caliber cruisers won't benefit from that smoke. Oh yeah, there are totally circumstances where it will work, but like most random battleship players are just going to keep shooting, and may not need that smoke anyway. Once again, we're playing whack-a-mole with the defender ribbons. Yeah, exactly, John Lee. I usually don't even smoke cruisers unless they specifically ask for a smoke, because in my experience, 9 times out of 10, they're just completely oblivious and sail through it. No, game, can I target the ship that I'm flipping aiming at? Problem when you have this many ships together. Like, oh, you made that ship. No, I didn't. Anyone else want to reset? Do you need a reset? Hi. I am the reset bot. How you doing? Did I just reset both of you? That's nice. Black Swan, you're getting a bit close, buddy. T and Blue Noah, hello, how you doing? Hi, Collabo. Go away. Okay, you got some points. Do you have some points? Still clubbing? Nope. I am the one being clubbed. Because tier 1 mains are insane. And I cannot compete with them. They just do this all day, every day. They are very, very, very good at it. Smoke screens work the same way for subs that they do for surface ships. Yeah. I've seen that when it's underwater. Well, it's Fernando. Fernando blocked me. Fernando doesn't like me anymore. Fernando broke up with me. He threw all my clothes out the window. Okay, Bougainville. It's not you, it's me, says Fernando. Sorry, Stats, I can't live with a seal clubber, I'm sorry. Boo, it's Fernando. Boo, what is the correct response when someone on your team kills something? Well done. He is Fernando. What's your other favorite quick command? Like he's in the room. Get back. And then the only thing I've ever seen Fernando type is go back Montaigne. My favorite commander voice? Off is my favorite commander voice. As you may have noticed. If I had to choose one... I think it's between Killabin's one, Monty C. Wellington, mainly because he's my friend, and it's cool that he's in the game, and also the one... So these are both recent ones, and also the one that Bogsy and Evan did, that came out at the same time. They're both really good. I also quite like the Dutch voiceover, just because Dutch sounds funny. The voice line for "my engine is broken" is pretty funny. Torpedoes, yeah. It sounds like gibberish. No, it just sounds. It's just to my ears, it's just a funny sounding language. In a good way. You feel offended? I like it. It's like it's funny in the same way that puppies are funny. You know? It's cute. It's cute like puppies. Dutch sounds funny compared to Flemish. Flemish sounds funny as well. Alright, Griffbot. Gonna pin some movement in him. Ready? We find out this Griff player is a player. What did you do? What about the fisherman on the rocks? Was there a fisherman on the rocks? Did I shoot a fisherman? Did I commit a war crime? Bullshit. Do 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 bullshit. Do 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 bullshit. 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 I only hit one shell. Do 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 do. Repost that again when I finish this match and I'll have a look. The bot is fighting him, and he's actually so close that the bot's going to be hitting him, which is unusual. Ooh, 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 fire. Is that a permafire? That might be permafire. Go on, column meets Sev. You can do it. Yeah. An enemy bot straight line into a cap at tier 9. Playing what? Playing asymmetric. Oh yeah, let me have a look. What am I looking for? I didn't see. What am I looking for? Can you like steer me in a little bit? The rocks on the island. The annoying thing is when you start to play a clip, it's like dimmed down initially, which means if the action happens in the first few seconds, you can't see it. Yeah, I will. So what am I looking at? A bit further. Behind the team lists, okay. Oh, you mean the face in the rock? You mean this thing? Yeah, a lot of the older maps have faces and animals and all sorts of things. Yeah. There's lions and whales and like gods and goddesses and yeah.
The old man gaming no resubbed for 32 months.
I thought you meant an
at
actual
tier 1.
like animated.
Cheers.
You know, this one's probably because you've not played the map, because tier 1 has maps that don't get played at other tiers, so you probably just haven't played that many matches on the map. Because if you've unless you've gone down specifically to play tier 1, you won't have played the maps. So because I think is it this map and Atlantic? Not Atlantic, Polar. This map and Polar are tier 1 only, so you wouldn't have seen it. Old Man Gaming, no, thank you very much for the 32 months. That is most kind of you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Which map was it's not Icelandic island? An Icelandic island. I think that one is Arctic. 11 kills. They're all bots. I was the only human. So just bear that in mind. Because the only other way that something can die is if a bot kills it. Good night, Jerry. Alright, one more game and it's at Ledge. And then that's that done. And the only tier 1 that I have left would be Jupiter. Which we will not be doing today. This is probably the same player. The only tier 1 left for now. I mean, like, what tier 1 is going to get introduced? What nation is going to get introduced? I don't think the game has many nations left to add. The Thunder Dragon Empire? Antarctica. Rohan. India. So I think the problem with a lot of candidate nations that are remaining is that they don't have enough ships to span the entire timeline of the game. So having tier 1 to tier 11 would be challenging. Also, a lot of those nations bought or were given ships from nations that were already in the game. And so the ships they have, and we have a lot of this already, the ships that they would have would just be kind of alternative versions of ships we already have. An elephant trunk? Yeah, I think that one is this one, isn't it? This is Polo. I'm not seeing an elephant trunk, but that's because I don't use the mod. I don't have the vanilla things. But yeah, this is Polo. Which has on it one of my favorite pieces of island anywhere in the game, which is this part here. These two like pinnacles of rock that stick out like this. The gnomes. Then we could have the Gnome King as the captain. An egg. Don't you know that eggs are poison to gnomes? Name the movie. We don't. Return to Oz, yes. Why am I playing? When I do this next time to do Jupiter, I'm going to pin a message. Because of my win rate challenge. Which you can read all about if you do !Ronked with an ED on the end, because Ronk is the clan. I did put it in the stream title. But don't worry, this is the last tier 1 game. And we'll be going back to boring normal tiers. Okay. You're back, 8. Welcome back. Unless I lose. No, because this is a just play. If I lose, it is inconsequential. Because I already have my 5 wins. Jupiter, however, may be a different case. Because when I do that one, it's starting at a 0-1 disadvantage. So I need to win 5 out of 9. Which sounds easy, but the 35,000 battle 85% win rate Hermelin mains would disagree with me. And make me chew my own leg or something. Talk to the hamsters. I think even the hamsters are scared of these players, to be honest. They look at those players like, hell no. Not playing with those guys. They're mad. Could I please have a fire? Horatio. Thank you. Nice, Duster. Yeah, Amono is a good target. Frankly, Amono is a good target for anything, but yeah. Yeah, they go pop quite nicely. They're one of my favorite cruisers to see in the wild as a target. Because, yeah, not so much with the survivability, and players tend to be doing circles to try and get the torps out. And so they tend to behave quite predictably. Because they're doing Venom circles. Venoms aren't cruisers. How you doing, Ping Hermelin? I didn't realize I had a companion. That means there's 2 players. Oh, there are. Eritrea and Sidlet. Ugh, did I miss him? I missed him again. What the hell? That's no good. Confederate. And we kill the Silengers. The other guy got it. I think the other guy's got it. I missed. Hey, yes. Fire. Ooh, double strike, double strike, double strike. Double kill. Double kill Kraken, no less. Against bots. Don't see Ben giving you the double fingers that often. Does Marina Carmen Fernandez, commander from the current event, have any specials? I don't think so. I can check after this battle if you like, but I don't think so. Other than the voiceover. I assume you mean like skills. Alright, Hamelin. Icenos. Oh, we saw this play the other day. Icenos 44 _ iron, but the iron isn't capitalized. Which annoyed me. What are you doing? Are you going, or are you doing the tier 1 thing? We're doing the tier 1 thing? Cool, okay, I'm up for that. And 11.5 minutes, wait. Welcome to the tier 1 meta, where when you are leading 250 points to 242, you stop and wait. Because there's no reason to do anything. Hey, Kazi. Maybe this is how Fernando fell asleep. Maybe this is why Fernando plays just before bedtime. Now we hope that only one of them pushes at once.
Beam me up.
Goodbye, Killer Ben. The problem here is, yeah, they're gonna try. The Sit Ledge will try and get behind the island. I'm gonna get focused. But I've got more health. That's kind of okay, as long as we get rid of this Eritrea quickly, which it looks like we might do. Because he's the one spotting. I missed. Oh, you're gonna beach? Ah. Lob it! Lob it, Pink Hamelin! Lob like you've never lobbed before. Why are you not shooting? Why are you not shooting? Are you? Victory! Yes. I'm gonna +1 in this player, but they still need to capitalize the I. because that annoys me. All right, let's go with those guys +1 as well. Okay. So, Ronk update. Ronk update. Of the tier 1s that currently exist in the game, which is 13 of them, I have completed Hashidati, Erie All, and Hermelin, Black Swan, Bougainville, Eritrea, Chang'an, Griff, Van Kinsbergen, Sutlej, and Hercules. Those are all done. The only one that I don't have completed is Jupiter, which I don't like, so this is going to be a pig. We're not doing that now, though, because there's not enough people in the queue. So we'll do this another day. Hopefully when I've got some help. Because this thing could end up being a bit of an arse. Do I have a favorite to report? Oh, of the tier 1s? Griff. I really like Griff. Griff is cool. Yep. There's a reason why a lot of the tier 1 mains play. Good fun. Yeah, so this one will be starting off on 0-1. Is such a difference? Yeah, they vary quite a lot. Obviously, that's relatively speaking, because obviously they all don't have a Citadel, they all have HE, blah, 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 blah. But within themselves, yeah, there is quite a lot of variation. They vary quite a lot in their health pools. So some of them have nearly double, if not more than double, some of the other ones. They vary in their range quite considerably. They vary in their number of guns and rate of fire quite considerably. They vary in their gun angles quite considerably. The ballistics can be very, very different. So, for example, Orlan, as you would expect from a Russian ship, has extremely comfortable angles. This one is it's also a very pretty ship. This one is a pleasure to shoot with, frankly, compared to all the other tier 1s, where it's like launching an orbital missile. I forget which one it is that has like stupidly loopy shells. I think it's Chang'an. Yeah, I think it's this one. I hated this one, despite the fact that I won 8 games. So yeah, the ballistics vary quite a lot. The size varies hugely as well. Chang'an is tiny. Van Kinsbergen is quite tall. Bougainville is really tall. It's kind of short and stubby. Like, they vary quite a lot. Some of them have a lot of superstructure on the front, some of them none in the back. Some of them have superstructure that goes all the way along. Some of them are very wide, some of them are very skinny. So yeah, they vary quite a lot. Concealment varies quite a lot, yep. Yeah, Eritrea 9,000. Griff 8,400, but like Chang'an, for example, 5,350. So they do vary quite a lot. Emelin's a bit of a beast. This is the only one that has different armor. This one actually has some armor plating. And so most of the tier 1 mains that play Hermelin play with IFHE to beat the other tier 1 mains, because if you're a Hermelin that doesn't have IFHE and you're playing another tier 1 main that does have IFHE and you're both in a Hermelin, the one with the IFHE is going to win. Orlan is quite fast as well, yeah, true. So yeah, no, they do have some differences. For sure. Right, so we'll leave that there and continue with the current non-tier 1 project, which is at tier 8 and is unfortunately Tone, which I despise with every fiber of my being. 2 easy wins. We've done it now. You have done it now. He thinks he's going to get away with it. He's not. You can like it. I don't. You can like whatever you like. I think this thing is stupid. On EU, Homeland is the most played tier 1 at 790k. Yes, because most of the tier 1 mains... It's not because new players are like, ooh, German ship. It's because the tier 1 mains, that's their ship of choice until Griff came out. So for most of the history of the game, that is the ship that they've been playing. Black Swan probably also has quite a lot of battles, but that will be from the period when it had AP in a Citadel. When it was very popular. And probably actually was more popular than Hermlin originally. But that was a long, long time ago. Templar. Why? Templar hates me. Don't worry about it. I know I am worried about it. Gullet, thank you very much for the follow. It's gonna be fine, he's got a plan. Yeah, that's what worries me. It's a Lenin. Sure. You play it like a Lenin and let me know how that works. Right, I have to remember the things on the other team have brains. Brains. What are they complaining about? Where should we go? Wherever you want to. The world is your oyster. Jumpy Humpy Spider. Elepanto's called Jumpy Humpy Spider. Jumpy Humpy Spider climbed up my trouser leg. Well, we've got a moment. Don't forget
Brother
that
Mikey reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
Thank you. While we've got a moment, don't forget that Thursday will be a bonus stream. You get the geese. Inside your trouser leg. I mean, they called Jumpy Humpy Spider. That's just imagining under what circumstances would a spider be potentially jumpy and humpy. On Thursday, there's going to be a bonus stream. I have no idea when, because I don't know when the server goes live, despite the fact that I'm one of the administrators. But the eco server is going to go live at some point on Thursday. And I want to stream. But I just don't know when that's going to be. So at some point on Thursday, probably evening my time, I will be streaming some eco. And again, on and off for the next 3 weeks. That's AP. Which in this circumstance may not be awful, except the fact that I missed. Willem de Esder does. So, it has airstrikes, but you have to switch them like you do with, like, like Kitakami top ranges, for example. You have to double tap to change like you would do between like HE and AP. So it's like you call the timer you have is for calling in an airstrike, and then at the time you decide which one you want to call in. But you have to bear in mind that the cooldown on it is very, very long.
Wixachon said,
The wolf spiders that run across the room at full speed from about autumn do so because they are looking for a mate. They are not very jumpy,
They're
though.
fortunately not very jumpy. I think if they were jumpy, I would live somewhere else. Oh my god. That's will be streaming in the IRL category, feeding and grooming ecotech. Do you mean grooming like a monkey pulling ticks off him, or do you mean grooming like preparing him for like spy work or something? What kind of grooming are we talking about? I'm concerned. Cool, that was a wasted drop. You can lead me to my creative expression as a content creator. Lies. Any intimation that I have creativity is nonsense. How dare you? Could you please die? Thank you. Hi, Nanning. No. Apparently I didn't press A. Apparently I pressed T. The Mayo Beaver guy. Is that who I am when you have conversations with your wife? The Mayo Beaver guy. Kind of okay with that. Useful heal. I fat fingered. This keyboard has a very strange layout, and I keep fat fingering things. How am I not hydroing this Nanning? Hello? Oh, there you are. Shusted! Shusted, team! I am using the make is Steel series, and the model is Shift. It's quite an old keyboard. Steel series Shift. Tara's shooting me. Yeah, removable keyboard faces, yeah. The only reason I'm using it is because it's the only keyboard I have right now that I can use. How did I get into this situation? You coming around on me? You sure about that? You've seen those, right? You've seen the torpedoes that were hydroed, right? Apparently not. Help! Wasabi! Help! 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 Wasabi? Wasabi? I said wasabi. Hello, World of Wheelchairs. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome to Stats Plays Tone and Hates It. How you doing? Trading Gaming.
Pork markets.
I forgot I don't have switch or change. How you doing? I hope you had a good session. We've just come from the heady heights of Tier 1. Played 7 games at Tier 1. At least you weren't getting your ass kicked by Tier 1 mains. You got your ass kicked in Surveyor. I think that's supposed to be the other way around, isn't it? They like what they like, Paul. It's not for us to judge. So, Templar's Hydra is going to run out right when he needs it. So, it's a Friesland, so it can't top him, but it can spot him, and then the Columbo can go blep. Oh, I have a lot of respect, seriously. The fact that they're able to keep everything so straight and be so disciplined with the way that they play is genuinely impressive. They get ridiculed for playing Tier 1, but the way that some of them play is genuinely skillful. We want to visit the old town of Aarhus. See you around, Lucky. Oh, I've just remembered I bought some Swedish snacks. The supermarket had Swedish snacks. Are there any Swedes here? I could go and get the Swedish snacks, and you could go like, they're not really Swedish. You've been everywhere though. Where have you not been? Now you're going to say that you had like a 5-year career in Aarhus as a florist or something. You've been everywhere, lived everywhere, learned all the languages. What kind of Swedish snackies? I can't remember what they're called now. That little like... I'm not sure what you call it. So it's like a rolled up pastry that's been sliced. So you got these little sort of like boiled up flat things with cinnamon paste in them. You lived in Bjering, bro. You're just trolling me now. Yifla, yes, that's the one. Yeah, they had different flavors. I was like, ooh, I like cinnamon. Let's have a go with those. Happy, it's your birthday now. Happy birthday. If anyone's interested, I can go and get the bag. They squish exceptionally well. I do actually have a waffle iron, yeah. Well, I've got a toasted sandwich maker, which is pretty much the same. I do. Raspberry. I'm trying to remember what the other flavors they had now. They had cinnamon. I think they did have the raspberry ones. And I think the other one they had was like marmalade or something. Some kind of jam. Minus 37 minutes. Nice, nice. Vanilla. I don't remember seeing. I honestly, I saw the cinnamon ones and just grabbed them. I wasn't really noting what the other flavors were. Yeah, cinnamon paste. So like, it looks like it was a sheet of pastry that had cinnamon paste spread on it, and then it was rolled up and baked and then sliced into slices. You can get the Columbo. Can the Columbo get you? Oh, that was a bit of a nothing burger. Okay. They are currently saying very short words. Poppy seeds and nuts? Ooh, that sounds good. Did he too dap it? Ate it. This gets a lot of torps. A lot of Japanese torpedoes. You only took 11? Bagley. Ooh, yeah, that's kind of similar. The filling is not as thick. But if these ones were homemade, I'm guessing they would look something like that. That's good. The filling on the right-hand one is very, very dark. What is that? Looks like coal dust. It's very dark. Don't do blood tests, yeah, I bet. Yeah, Poyen. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Poyen? Yeah, that's the company. I recognize it from the packaging. This website's slow. Yes, exactly that. Yifla cinnamon. Discovered why the website's slow is it has a massive high definition video in the background. Yeah. These. It is these which I have. The excursion or for cuddle time. No one mentioned cuddles. Always fresh. Despite the fact that they're long life. The duck one's poppy seed, boiled in sugar. Ooh, that sounds good. Blood tests. Don't eat them before you do the Olympics. Probably not a great plan. Are you on opiates? No, just snacks. Alright, show off. 2,300 XP. Grandma was baking. I'm on grandma. Grandma's been fattening me up. The Columbo, yeah. Sorry, Welchers, that does tend to happen around about this kind of time. I don't know why. I'm guessing it's because the North American people are getting on to like dinner time. And the Europeans are getting on towards like late night snacking. So those two things kind of combine. Usually around about midnight my time into a perfect storm of we're all talking about food. Which is torture for me because I still have 2 hours of stream left. Everyone's talking about food I can't eat. Alright, as we know, this map tends to rotate this way and this way. And so if I go right, I might actually
Code
get
Army
something that pushes me for a change.
666 reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
You won't judge, but I have to like make food. Alright, meds. Right. Okay. Grab the tub of cherries in your fridge. I wish there was a tub of cherries in my fridge. Tzatziki? Oh man, I love tzatziki. That's your fridge? Can I have some cherries? What have I got in my fridge? I've got kimchi. Kimchi and sauerkraut. And 4 extremely overripe bananas. Which, after the stream, are probably going to get made into banana bread. Or cookies. Bleeding Ebola? What kind of name is that? Can't eat pickled or fermented food. I would die. If I couldn't eat pickled or fermented foods, I would just die of disappointment. That is 90% of the joy in my life is eating pickles. And sauerkraut. And kimchi. And drinking beer. Do the same with spicy food? Yeah, I can't do spicy food, but I love pickles. Anything sour or bitter. Or like acidic. Ah. Steel battleship? What's on the table? A Bourgogne? Is incomparable steel? You love limonata? What is limonata? That's, is that some kind of lemony drink? I'm not going to get to do anything over here, Mike, because it's just going to die to the Lennon. Italian lemonade. Ooh, is that sparkling or is that still? One of my favorite things in the world is the French way of doing citron pressé. Love it. One of my favorite things. Every time I go to France, I make sure I have citron pressé and mussels. Come on! I'm not gonna get to do anything. Sparkling? Ooh, nice. Acidic, yeah, that makes sense. I don't get to do anything, so I'm just going to sit back here and take the win. But this New Mexico will somehow delete me. It's gonna happen. Just watch. That was a blind shot. Right, well, I'm just gonna head back towards our cap just in case that massive blow on the other side fails somehow. Mostly I'm just gonna be going. I didn't get to do anything. Pimento spicy ginger beer. Ooh. Spicy because it has chili in it? Or spicy because it's ginger? Because I love ginger beer. Ginger beer and ginger ale. But I can imagine some sadist adding chili to it as well. You like crystallized ginger? Me too. Me and my mum are both massive, massive crystallized ginger fans. Usually on our birthdays, we'll buy each other a bag of crystallized ginger. Because you're in the UK, so we really love Whitworths. So Whitworths do quite a big bag of crystallized ginger. It's pretty good value, actually. You look at it and think it's quite expensive, but actually there's a lot in it. I usually add a little cupped handful to my little yogurt fruit mixture that I have in the mornings. Oh, you haven't come across that? Yeah, Whitworths. If you look in, so I know in Sainsbury's, for example, it's in the baking section. You know, like where all the bags of like chopped dates and sultanas and all that kind of stuff is in there. You'll find Whitworths crystallized ginger. I think it's about £4.50 a bag, but it's quite a big bag. It lasts quite a long time if you don't just sit and eat it. Yeah, if you're just like adding a little sprinkling to muesli or whatever. Very good. So pimento to me is a type of stuffed olive. If he said to me, would you like some pimentos, I would think he meant green stuffed olives. You grow up, I used to be a greengrocer. I don't just remember greengrocers, I was one. Bloke. Oh, help. I thought you were talking about like the arc, as in the animals went in 2 by 2. Hurrah! The arc. An arkwright being someone who builds an arc, I guess. All right, we are on on 5-3, so this is a just play now, and I don't care if this is double 50 because I am not playing it again. No, 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 no. Really setting the tone, eh? Mm-hmm. Gesundheit, Piper. Good night, Aid. Yeah, Mickey's. So my recommendation out of all of those ships would be Bourgogne if you don't have it. That is the pick of the crop. Drunk Clam. Good name. Jacob, don't make me sad. I think you've got your priorities a little bit. You get shot at. That build is 100%. Hang on, but why would you take death? What? Okay, okay. Let's just say I don't think that build is great. Okay. I'm going to be shooting all the time, but I'm not going to take the extra health because YOLO. It has the main skills, but that build is based around I'm not going to get shot at. Wait, like, I understand when people don't take SE, and like I can, like, the column 6 stuff, you don't take that, you need to not get shot at, but they've taken Dazzle. So they're expecting to get shot at some point. So I don't think that's optimal, you know? I'm gonna get Kronstadted, maybe. Ooh, can I burn in Colorado? Maybe. Coming about. Good job. Jeff is like, F the C cap, I'm going to be. Through that. Did not reach story of my life. Gumbo Jaeger. Why has it got a helicopter pad? Because I think the real ship had a helicopter pad. You could ask, why do the ships have bridges? They don't have any crew in them. Ashram, please don't take these torps. Pretty please. Do not fire at your allies. You know why it's called a bridge? Someone was like, hey, we should call this something. Let's call it a bridge. Probably. Isn't it from the day of sail when it was literally a bridge in the structure? Ow! Thanks, Colorado. Good to know. This is a Kitta in the ACAP. Literally a bridge. Yeah, it makes sense. Made of wood, too. We bonk the Cleveland. Is that possible? Maybe. Maybe. If I could reload a tiny bit faster. Nope. Okay. I hate this ship. This ship is dumb. Alfred, you're so getting radar. Well, we're not going to win this one. Excuse me, game. Can I please fire all my guns? Did a surprising amount of damage. Oh, you bastard. I was about to go dog and launch my planes. My stupid, useless, you can't hit all the torps planes. Cleveland's gonna turn again. But I stayed on the AP so that I could do this. Prepare for disappointment. Dang it. Excuse me, Cleveland. How are you not dead? Don't worry, kiddo. You'll hit me eventually. Yeah, I'll drive into the shells for you. How about that? We might not win this one, we being now me against 8. So, no. Chat. I'm about to... Oh, come on. I can't even use those torps to die and end the match. No, we're just gonna let this Kronstag shoot me. He won't hit me. He might. Oh no, he might do. Nope. Yep, that's why I don't play Kronstag. That right there. No, since I actually have a working brain, says the Jean-Bart. Oh dear. Yeah, working brain's working really well. Alright, is this my final battle in a Tone ever? Unless they introduce some variant of Tone that I have to play. Please don't do that. I don't want a Tone G, or a Tone B, or a Tone Clur, or an AL Tone. Please don't do that. Yorktown? Is this one of your ranked ships, Templar? I don't think it is it? I think you're actually good in this. They could actually do an AL Tony, I am aware. Is it in BA as well? How many animes is it in? It's very fine. How likely is it that they would do the same ship from 2 different collaborations? They're doing a CLR version. It's purple. Ooh, if it's purple. I won't feel quite so bad if it's purple. I like some purple. Not enough purple in the game. Eco-tech. Eco-flippin' tech. Eco-tech. I would threaten you, but I'm in a Tone. I'm just gonna keep saying eco-tech. Can you grind your Italian pain in peace? No, apparently not. Well, probably mostly because you'll be outside my range. Unless there would have been different things. Do we have any collaborations that have the same ship currently? Are there any of the ARP ships that are also in like BA or HSF? I think, oh, maybe there's one duplicate for HSF. That's ringing a bell. We don't have an AL Graf Spee, do we? The problem is when they're under a different name, like all the ARP ones. It does get better, that is true. Columbo's nice. Chumphon, I'm slightly worried about where you're going. So they only have the Cossack. The Cossack will have spawned mid, so he's probably currently coming at this kind of angle. Isn't Bismarck in a couple? Is it in any? No BA Bismarck. There's no High School Fleet Bismarck. There's no... Agile... No, it's not in any of them. In the game. Do we have AL Bismarck? Do we? Am I forgetting that one? I did it last match. I have no... Oh, no, you're right. I did, yeah. It's because I hate it. I've just completely blocked it out. Stupid chip. Yeah, BA Tippets, I know. I set a fire. I want to farm my Italian battleships in peace. Uh-huh. How's that going? Because you have kind of overextended, teeny tiny bit. Just a tad. Tirpitz or Bismarck, what's better? Tirpitz. Do not listen to Booster. Tirpitz. However, Bismarck is free. Tirpitz is not free. So if you include freeness in your calculation, then maybe Bismarck. But then it's just free and crap. As opposed to not free and okay.
Hey up.
Kebab, how you doing? Bismarck is much better value for money. Being free. Getting a bit pushy over here. Also, that Metz is it's kind of dangerous. Thank you for the smoke. Double fire on the meds. Triple fire on the meds. Oh no, Eco has done sneaking. He has snooked. He hath snuck. You were kind of close. Well, no, I didn't see those. Ugh, dang it. Game's not looking so good. No. The other flank looks alright. As long as on this flank we kite, should be okay. We need to kill this Metz who's super low. I'm gonna try and get some torps through. To fly through Colorado's AA. Good. Idiots. No flood. Team of idiots. You hear that, Templar? You're an idiot. Bloody idiots. Was that by the other flank? Yeah, shut up. How dare you point out inconvenient truths? Defend D, idiots. Too late for that. Lose faster, idiots. Do you know any other words? Maybe learn some other insults. Oh, no, don't hide. We like the water. These always like the water because they spread out at like ridiculous angles so you can't possibly hit them all. They really like the water. They like the water by default. Why can I not change my engine speed if I'm not in my hole? Why is that? That works. Got him! I killed a viewer. I killed a viewer. There's something in C. Probably a Cossack. Did I say Highwicks? No. You weren't overextending, the team failed to follow. Is that a bit like I reject your reality and substitute my own? I reject your overextending and substitute my they're too passive. Tony Lazo, fight! Help! I can't, he's out of range. My range is like 2 feet. Unless I'm on top of it, I can't do it. You are on your own.
I'm the taxman, I know it's true. I'm here to collect all the due.
There's nope. Yes, make that 10. Is this a ton of fun? No. The opposite of a ton of fun. It's crap. This fails my I'd rather be playing test. Because I just want all the flipping guns. Take the planes back. Give me my guns back. Because then I'd be able to do that even more. And stupid freaking planes I can't use right now. Don't get any ideas, Marv. Six months, yeah. Yeah, for ships that have a long main battery reload, hybrid makes sense. Because in the time it takes you to fly out and strike something with the planes, your guns reload. So you shoot, fly, strike, recall, shoot, and you can spot for yourself and you can turn them for the guns. Hybrid battleships make a lot of sense. Hybrid cruiser makes no sense at all. None. Blame the engine, yeah. So hybrid destroyers makes more sense because they have the concealment to get really close, right? So you can shooty, campy, torpy, and then fly out, strike something in a few seconds. With a cruiser, you have to stand off, and so you're just missing out on main gunshots, and you're going to be doing way more damage with your guns than you would ever do with the planes. The only time giving planes to a cruiser makes sense is when you can't shoot something. The only thing you can do, like me right now, for example, as he says, remembering, is like this. Like, I'm traveling, I don't have anything to do, so I can fly out and strike something, or find something. But that's such a rare circumstance that I'd rather just have the guns. So I'd rather just play a Targo or something. So just give me a Targo. Just better. For sure, I'm not saying that they're not useful occasionally. Look at what I'm doing now. But I would just rather be in a normal cruiser that has all its guns. Because I would rather have more shells to shoot at things. Blood on Mackinson. It's flooding. Still flooding. Still flooding. A boop. They still win right now. Yeah, they need to run, but the Chekalov's already on half health, and both of us have planes. Unfortunately, the Tennessee just died, so now we don't win. If the Tennessee had been able to step on the cap, then maybe. But now, no. I'm not going to make it in time, says the Kansas. You're not going to get out of the C cap in a minute and a half, let alone into the other cap. "55 seconds, and I can't hit it with all my torps because they're stupid." Yeah, the Yorktown could literally overtake him and get there first. Oh, these planes are so slow. The Dev Strike, yeah, the Hail Mary Dev Strike shot. You actually dodge those. Damn it. Oh well, I never have to play that ship ever again. Yay. I don't get to many of the end of. I don't get to the end of many ranked completions and think, "But I never have to play that again." But occasionally it happens, and this is one of them. I just don't like it. Right, I'm just going to take a little break, and then we'll figure out what I am doing next from the spreadsheet. I genuinely have no idea. I'll be back in a minute. Oh my god, this player with the torps, seriously. Okay, right, this is just not...
So I guess
right, so what? Right, so
here,
oh god,
you should be able to see it here.
What the? What? What? Is that the? Is that the? Oh, oh, that is.
Yeah.
Okay, please don't be a German reticle. Please don't be a German reticle. Please don't be a German reticle. You're not a German reticle. Oh my god. Okay, that's good. 21. Hey, we did it! Grunty, you are a certified quite clever person. We're gonna lose, but you are a certified quite clever person. Basically, it's because in clan battles with my old clan, I used to open matchmaking monitor and tell the team about the other team to tell them who to watch out for in terms of good players and bad players, because, you know, performance statistically is a good indicator of how they're going to perform generally. And so when we all renamed ourselves to Bloke something or something Bloke, the rest of the clan suggested that I rename myself to StatsBloke. Aw, there's no subs. What is wrong with me? Did I just say, oh, there's no subs? Can we ban me? It looks like the UI is mainly the top. Move the camera onto a water hole. Middle mouse button. Okay, dokie. Which is on this mouse, this very heavy click. Can I edge? No, can I? Don't clip that. Bastards. Okay, I can use arrow keys, but I can't. Oh, I can use WSD. Okay. Oh. Nueve de Bumio? Nueve de Bumio. That was me murdering Templar. Yes, the carrier got a Solar Warrior. Indeed. The Bumio joke. I thought you might be interested in seeing these. That I got from the supermarket. With palm oil. Oh no, without palm oil. Smell good. You like these? Yes, they were new. Very good. It's like a more bready version of a Danish pastry. Very good. That'd be nice dipped in coffee. I'm going to put them out of reach. For obvious reasons. Right.
Personal data update finished. HTML written. End reached.
Right, what's next? So, we're kind of now into, in terms of the 5s and above, quite a few carriers. Quite a few carriers. So basically Sansang and Saipan B.
Vasu.
Yamato. Sansang. Is Sansang Saipan? Sansang Saipan.
Cold Armies 666 reminds you to hydrate and sit
Thank
up.
you. Sansang is Saipan, right? Oh, I forgot about this camo. It's Burger King Saipan. I forgot. I forgot about the Burger King crown. Did anyone love my cooking? Yes, me. I loved my cooking. My dad also loved my cooking. He even liked the bean pate that I made, which I was not expecting. I just gave that to my mum as like a little taster sampler, but he ended up eating it. Kebab. Basically, read this. Read that. Yeah, so it went down well. Okay, so I don't think I already have a build for this. Let's ask the people who know more about carriers than I do. Alright, so if I grab my... If I grab a tech tree carrier player... Oh, I can't because there's a different flippin' nation. Okay, so... Let's have a look. Do these guys have carrier skills? I don't think they do they? Is there anything relevant in here? Potential? Doesn't really do anything. Torpedo speed would do something if I hit 6 torps. Okay. Combat scout's likely to happen. Let's use him. Yes. Doodly do. So they reckon this, that. Different from wargaming. This, that, and that. Not sure about the enhanced aircraft armor, but basically that's the get good skill. Yeah, that'll do. I have played a match in this, so in theory it should have... no. Alright. So we have... HE rockets. We have torps that are... two, so 4 drops, 4 torps, and then we have HE bombs, which are 2 and 2, which have 67 millipen and a 64% fire chance, and of course, like the water. What are the bloke names? Bloke Beard, Bald bloke, northern bloke, Viking bloke. I'm probably forgetting some. Lady bloke? No, actually. So Jam was in the clan, and I think she actually thought about changing her name to something bloke or bloke something, but she didn't in the end. But that would have been funny. Okay, and then we want some boosters. All right. So we get tier 10 fighters, right? Alright, I am ready. We're at 1-0 so far. Now let's turn down the engines if I haven't done that already. We're already there. Let's go. Standard fighters, but you have midway planes on the squads. Okay. I knew there was something tier 10-ish. But you don't have much reserve or replenishment, so you need to be careful you don't get deplaned. Hello from Italy. Hello from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and Outlying Territories. How you doing? You're a little bit confused about the new update about CVs. Do you have any questions? Because that is actually one topic I do actually know a reasonable amount about. For a change. The only thing I don't know the answer to is when. You're looking around to understand what ship to buy before the price increase. So not all the prices are increasing. It's really important that you go and look at the tables in the dev blog because a lot of them, most of them in fact, are going down. So only some of them are going up. So make sure you go and look at which ones are going in which direction. Because it ain't all up. Yeah, 10s and I think a couple of 9s. Which is what the person earlier was talking about. Where I had to do the unthinkable and defend wargaming. Schlieffen. Like some rockets. Yes. Good. Am I feeling okay? Yes, why? Oh, you stopped, you bastard! Is Hayate worth money? Yes, I really like Hayate. Since it's had its buff, it is quite strong. You romped Charleston? Nice. Why is Templar the chosen one? Do we think that he's going to come back? Probably. Tier 3 cruisers without torps are a pain, I agree. Yep. Were you playing that Wix before and after the rate of fire change? I'm not gonna call it a buff. Like the feel change, you see what I mean? I was expecting tier 2 to 4 to be a complete and utter shit show, but it's actually fine. You started afterwards? Yeah, it's feels a bit different. But it's fine. I think it's fine. Oh, you turned out. Hopefully someone smacks you for that. Ah, I still hit him. Used all my dodging juice. Ah. Go, 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 go. You ranking premiums? It's like honestly, what I'm doing is totally overwhelming. The only reason I'm doing it is because I have to play the game, you know, like 3 times a week. I think taking it and choosing some subset of ships, like a particular tier or nation or class or whatever, is a good way to do it. Atta boop. Stop turning sideways, you bastards. There you go. Perfect. You do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that again. We gonna do that again. Oh no. Are they Gdansk torps? That could be, you're welcome. It was actually one of my mods that posted that. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Yes, panic and turn. Yes. This will help you. Oh, we like the freaking water bombs. Oh. Oh. Little shits. Tops of the planes were aerodynamic. They are a bit kind of weirdly shaped. Best camera win the game? Yeah. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. It's good in the same way that really bad movies are good, you know? So good they're bad. So bad they're good. Ooh, am I going to catch you with all 4? Yes. You're going to die. You're going to die. Are you going to die? No, you got to a heal. Okay, I'm glad I dropped him. My ass is on fire. Whoop. Get him! It says the Gdansk is on low health. The Kleber is also on low health. The difficulty is going to be getting to them. He's literally just smoked up, but he is shooting. So, let's see if we can get a little droppy drop on the Gdansk. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ooh, I might have started that too soon. This doesn't run forwards very far. Come on, 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 come on. Oh, frick. Okay, that destroyer died. That's good. Yeah, the thing you have to remember with these bombs is they don't run forwards very far. And so you have to start the attack quite close to the ship that you want to hit. So you don't get much leeway. I need to be a little bit careful here because the that island is quite low in that spot. Essentially, yeah, it is. It's Saipan. Carbon copy of Saipan, apart from the captain, of course. Because it gives you the ability to take the Pan-Asian captains. You don't get the dive bombers? So the thing you need to remember with American dive bombers, the tech tree ones and the Saipan one, is that you need to, it helps if you know a bit about the history, which you probably know, but you've just maybe not put it in context. So, the way those bombs started out was that they had the same kind of dispersion pattern in that oval that shells have. So they were biased towards the center. They looked like, I don't know, like a sigma of like 1.8, let's say. So most likely to fall towards the center. And the problem with that was that it made it very, very easy for skilled carrier players to completely nuke destroyers. And this was before any of the, you know, like drop time delays were brought in. So when you, like with the rockets, for example, when you attack with the rockets, there was no delay, there was no machine gun fire, it was just immediate. And so destroyers were getting absolutely trounced by the carriers. And so what Wargaming did is they introduced the delays, they introduced the machine gun fire, and let's just make sure this Yamato does. They then also changed the way the dispersion on the bombs works. So what they did was they kind of, instead of the dispersion ellipse being an ellipse with a bump in the middle from the point of view of the sigma, they made it into a donut. So the shells tend to fall along the ridges of the donut and not into the middle. So if you remember that the sigma is a donut, you remember not to put the destroyer in the middle of the ellipse. And so you want the destroyer slightly off to one side. Obviously with bigger ships you don't need to do that, because they fall within the ellipse anyway. But with destroyers, you need to put them slightly off center. And then you have a better chance. It's still better than it used to be, obviously, because then only half the shells can actually hit them maximum, because the other half go to the other side. Unless they get really unlucky. But yeah, if you put them in the middle, you might have trouble. I got a combat scout, that's nice. Aircraft preparation time reduced. How nice. Get the CV! I don't think I'm gonna need to. Pretty sure the team can do that for me. Yeah, they're a bit different wicks, yeah. These are a bit different. Actually, I don't need to take these out. Let me take these out and show you. So, it won't do it now. But we'll just watch where they fall. Obviously, it's only 4 bombs, so it's very difficult to see. Yeah, I think you would have to drop quite a few with these ones. With the ones that on, like, Lexington, for example, where there's a few more bombs, you can see the pattern a bit more clearly. But yeah, they do, I promise you, they do tend to fall towards the outside. You want to put the destroyer, so you've got that, like, the middle oval and then the outside oval. You want to kind of put them probably on the barrier between the middle and the outside, where that inner oval circle is. Put the center line of the destroyer on there. And that's going to give you the best chance of hitting them. Nice! Enterprise? I actually can't remember with Enterprise. I would assume so. If they're HE bombs, I would assume so, yeah. Oh no, Enterprise is AP. That may not be the same. Because, and the reason I say that is because obviously AP bombs have never been a risk to destroyers. And so they wouldn't have needed that treatment because they're not HE bombs. And so probably they haven't had that treatment. So I would guess, and it is a pure guess, educated guess, that Enterprise's AP bombs actually fall in the middle. Like a normal Sigma. That would be my guess. That is pure guesswork. They don't. They go all over. So all that means is that they have a low sigma. So they do fall towards the center. It's just that the sigma is very low, and so they mostly spread out. That would be my guess. But there's just no reason for those ones to have been donutified. Donuterated. Kathy, you have to know what you're doing. You have to be a pretty good carrier player. But if you are a good carrier player, Sansang Saipan is quite strong. But if you don't know what you're doing, if you're very bad at keeping your planes, you'll probably get deplaned. You can't just randomly like fly around inside flak all the time. Because you do not have enough planes to go around. Heard legends told around campfires. Heard the stories of old. I wouldn't say the planes are fragile, so the actual planes themselves are pretty tanky. But you don't have much in the way of reserve or replenishment, so once you've lost the planes, they're not completely gone because you do have some replenishment, but you can't do that over and over again. Whereas if you take the polar opposite of that, which is Kaga, You can just throw planes into flak all day with Kagger and it doesn't matter. Because you'll just always have more. This is sort of the polar opposite of that. A birthday Ark Royal. Yeah, the bombs on Ark Royal, you need to realize that they have very, very low pen, but they're very, very dangerous to destroyers. They nuke destroyers. Because there's a lot of bombs and the reticle is really, really small, and they don't have the donut treatment. Just stick the reticle anywhere on the destroyer and you will nuke it. Yeah, you're in the long term, your planes are kind of at risk of being lost. Because you just don't have that many reserves. I recommend playing with this mod that shows you a little bit more information about what the status of your planes is. Are they swordfish on this one? I don't know. I'm not really up with the planes. Hey, friend. Yeah, these are Bearcats. They're not necessarily Bearcats for the other armaments. Ah. Okay. That player has good hygiene. Let's at least spot the Brandenburg so that Templar can do some farming. The problem with these rockets is that the reticle is really far away. And so you just can't, if a Kagero is doing the AA well, you just can't hit them. Not going to happen. Unlike this Bolognese. Am I being carrier sniped? Oh my god. Why? Why you do this? I really hope I'm not in range of anything. Don't think I am. Auto nav will do fine with that. I trust the auto nav. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong? Nifty Skins is good, isn't it? Templar calls this the Burger King camo. I think it's pretty cool. Because if you look on the deck, it's got like a what looks like a cardboard gold crown, kind of against the where the bridge is. Let's see if he's Austin Powsing. No, it went straight in. It's done fine. No jiggling, no poking, no getting lost, no getting grounded, no reversing. Just straight in. No. Yeah, that Icarus could actually be a problem. I'm just going to go and have a look at him. Yeah, so this is a BTD. Not a Bearcat. Negatron. Oh, that's funny. Like the off-brand Megatron. What's the Asian special? Doesn't he get a budget Halsey proc? So he has several and I can't remember what they are because I never can. If you want to go and look up Zha Bang, do that. Leave me alone, Kaga. Just leave me alone. I'm trying to do my party trick. Just leave me alone. Yeah, Combat Scout gives you a plain replenishment cooldown. Being faster. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Playing that game, are we? Okay. Did I read about the CV2? Oh, is that why people are asking about it? Has there been a dev blog that I haven't read today? Because RSS bot's not working. Because they've removed the RSS feed. I quite often miss the dev blogs now because they just don't get posted. Unless Bin happens to manually post them for me. Yesterday? Okay. Some changes, but not the full set of changes that they tested? That's interesting. Interesting. Wonder if that's in preparation of the release of the test stuff. Because if they just balance changes, that kind of makes you wonder if they're going to do the other stuff at all. Because what's the point in balance changing something that's about to change? Interesting. Because after they make those big changes they've been testing, everything will need rebalancing. Everything. Just in case Snipe Face comes up for me again. In fact, let's move. They're incrementally bringing them in? I'm really surprised they haven't done the manual secondaries because that has zero dependency on the other stuff. And that would be really fun. So I'm kind of surprised they haven't done the secondaries. What do you mean they have? Oh, is that one of the things they're doing? That'd be cool.
Well, it's been a quiet week in Lake Wobegon,
Oh, hang
my
on.
hometown.
That other secondary thing, is that? I've just put two and two together.
Wixachon said.
CVs will burn a bit. Torps won't do CIT damage so can be healed for subs too, and manual secondaries.
Interesting. It's probably good for them to do it incrementally, because otherwise those changes were just a huge wodge of stuff for people to get used to. So that probably makes a lot of sense. Hopefully that was because of the feedback of people going like, I have no idea what's going on, because certainly that was my feedback. especially for the first test. Like, I don't understand what's happening. We like the flipping water. We don't like hitting ships. We want to go and swim. The hell's that end part? Yeah, the spotting is probably the most complex part of the whole thing because it goes hand in hand with all the the new altitude changing and all that kind of stuff. So I see why that would not be in there, because that's the main thing. It's also the most complicated one for people to wrap their heads around because it's a massive change to the way that spotting works. Like, so just bear in mind that there are people who are playing the game who still don't realize that when you fire from smoke you can get spotted beyond like 2k. There are destroyers who still smoke up battleships thinking that they can make use of the smoke screen, because not because they don't understand the mechanics, but because they don't realize the mechanics changed. And it's not their fault, it's because the game doesn't teach them that. But just bear in mind that people are going to have to completely relearn how plane spotting works or doesn't work. So carriers will be they're like, oh, you need to go and spot. Like, I can't. The profile of the plane is like watching your cat throw up. How very dare you. Hey! Quick flicks. Meow. Oh yeah, no, you're right, that is disgusting. Look at that nose. I hadn't noticed that the propeller, like the engine mounting, is like coming out of the mouth of the lion. Oh, that is great. Do I have my little plushie here? No, I don't. It's a mean hairball, yeah. Nice now. That's one. They'll look on the deck. Yep, they all do it. Oh no, that one's like just gripping the propeller between his teeth. Spotting mechanics have changed. Read the StatsBloke. Do you know what? If it looks like I'm going to be playing carriers, because I've said that after these changes come in, I may no longer play carriers because I'm not sure they're going to be fun anymore. If they are still fun, and that becomes a problem, what I might do is actually have a Stream Deck button that has a macro that just types something in chat for when people do that. I mean, so you will be able to do some spotting if it's the same as it is on test. But pretty much only if your planes are being shot at. So it's not going to be quite as easy as it is right now, because you have to risk your planes to do it. All right, is that 3-0? 3-0. Didn't there used to be like vinyl record scratch comfort sound on the queue? I swear that used to be a thing. Why is Wix pinging me? Yeah, Wix, you're not wrong. With the Seska meme. Maybe I've disabled it with my sliders. Well, none of them are on 0 apart from the music and the voiceovers, and I don't think it would be connected to those. It'd be connected to the music, I guess. But then I've never really used the music or the voiceovers. Like in the last 5-6 years, I haven't used either of those things really, so I would have it. We're gonna get a really funky game. This is gonna be, I don't think this is 2.5 minutes. This is not because of us being in a division. This is someone in a mixed div. Steel Hunters went well? Yeah, no, not really. Must be soul destroying for the team working on it. One of the best pieces of advice is because I used to work on big IT projects as well as small IT projects. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got from one of my mentors was never, ever, if you're working in a big organization, never get attached to a project. Either as a project manager or someone who's just working in a team on a project, never, ever get attached. Because in big organizations, projects can get cancelled out of nowhere. Or they can get changed. Never become personally attached to a project. You're following the grok thing? What thing in particular? I'm aware of what grok is. What happened with Steel Hunters? They're scrapping it. It's not done well. It's not performing as required. So they are cutting their losses and cancelling it. So if you want to go and try out all of the vehicles, I believe someone said earlier that they're all unlocked and you can go and try it. So you clip the sickening blades, thank you. Exactly, door handle. Exactly, because you never know when someone's going to come along and cancel the project. Is that the Darth Vader? Is that the Darth Vader, Templar? You're an ST, you know. Control radius is puny. I hate this map when I'm playing a carrier. To test this map when I'm playing a carrier. Musashi. Yeah, I was going to start turning with my hull. I think we might wait until I'm not spotted by the Musashi. Yeah, defeat. It's too woke. What was too woke? Oh, grog. Hate that term. Ow, that is expensive. Okay. Guide? Thank you. Also, if you're still here, and Nick Pixel Money. Thank you. Or Nick's Pixel Money? Nick's Pixel on YouTube? Maybe. Yes, Benson, I will go and look for you. It's a Judland. Jesus is an admiral now. Wow, he's gone up in the world. Both of these guys have smoked, so I am completely undetected flying over their heads. Oh, he's at that end of the smoke. Can I even reach that? Oh no, 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 no. No. Thought he was in the middle. Dang it. Fell into E. Stay spotted. You are right. 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 Oh, I've done it again. Over there. Go, 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 go. Click. We like the flipping water. Ow, Brzezinski's A ain't gonna hit. Did incapacitate the heck out of him, that's true. That is smoke screen. The Benson wants to smoke behind you, Templar. He's chasing you going, I can give you a smoke! I can give you a smoke! Uncle Protector! Uncle Protector! Come back! Got smoke for you! It's fresh! They're both gonna smoke together again. Okay. Don't click too early. You gotta go, because your AA is nasty. Yeah, they're fresh. We like the water. I need to chase my team because they're just all going over here. Now we try and figure out where the Fontask has gone. You thought Protector was a bad secondary ship? Because it depends how close you get. There's a Fontask here somewhere. That's not a Fontask, that's a Missouri. Hi. Nuts by nature. That's a great name. Nuts by nature. Organic bagged nuts. I am in a shitty position. But at least this fun task is now going the wrong way. Ow! Can we not? Make sure I stop behind the island. Behind the island. Sergeant Horse, thank you very much. I was gonna try and raise that as like Skid Thorse then. Skid Thorse. Hi. Would you be interested in some bombs? Bombs? Would you like some? We like the water? We like the fantastic. Nice. Fortunately, he's going to keep farming whatever he's farming, the gear, so I get to shoot him again. Don't forget that he's fast. If he suddenly repairs. I broke the thing. No, Templar. You are the chosen one. I was about to say, did I just see a red team ping on the map? But it's the submarine ping mod. Lord Darth Vader of Cheam. About to get focused. Now, again, are you leaving? Oh, no, I was gonna drop a file. No. Why would you do that? Fantastic, you looking for me? Not gonna go well. I'm pretty sure you're dead, because those torps should reach you. Am I going to end up running from the Fantask all the way? I think I am. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hi. I think I dropped it. Fantastic. Don't make me come and kill you. Will the Benson A, cock it up, B, kill the Parsifal, or C, somehow not cap, die, and not spot the Parsifal and not kill it either? Ooh, a good shot. Good shot. Nice. Beautiful. Well, I haven't done much, but I feel that my role contributed. Benson's smoking for some reason, not quite sure why, because now it can't see the Parsifal that's right next to it. Does it think it's going to hit with its torps? Yeah, I'm spotted. The sub's around here somewhere. Somewhere in there. I would guess. More potential than damage. Yeah, I did get shot at. I think they've got him. So then, the remaining question is, where's the sub? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I see. How inconvenient. So, you have chosen death. Hello! You gonna dive? I would dive. Nice. That's exactly what I did, Grunt. Exactly what I did. No, I got to do it. Putting shit names in gets hits, does it? Where? No one sees clips on Twitch unless you actually give them the link. Terrible discoverability. Cool. That's 4-0. Harp Maya, which is not the good Maya. You don't like the look of the thing on the front? Yeah. I open it in secret under the table. Makes it much more difficult. Can't find the way. Ah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Anyway. UO Act? Wouldn't that be UO Cat? Well, have fun with the fact that there's only 6 surface ships. I'm committing. Is that UOCat who has renamed their account? Or is this a copycat account? Or a reroll? $124. Has UOCat done a reroll? Why? Did they get banned? Yeah, there's totally a reroll. It's got to be UOCat. Got to be. But why? The question? Oh god, that reload is so long. Provide anti-aircraft fire support, says the group. Says the ship in the middle of the biggest blob of ships. No. How about no? How about you don't need it because you're in the blob of the biggest amount of ships? Squatch Vader, hello. That's a cool logo. So this is the sub in the camp. Uh-oh, I think they might have just shot me. Hang on, wait. My team isn't doing what I thought they would do. Oh my god. I can just see this thing happening where they all turn around and go back to the middle and I'm like going like, hi, entire enemy division, how you doing? I'm still going to get deplaned in this match. I'm going to have to focus on the other flank because I cannot get near these guys again because I will lose all my planes. That is my last attack on that blob. Gotta be. So I have to go over this side where my team actually will eventually end up because they've all just done a U-turn. So now that Yorktown's going to keep spotting my hull, and the key will keep taking pot shots at me, and he will hit me. Yeah, the problem is, there's not much space on this map to run away. That's the problem. So this group of ships that's running away has just killed me. I am going to do absolutely nothing this match. Cool. That's great. Thanks, team. I'm forcing him to turn. I hope the Takao, who's coming around that corner unwisely, can actually do something with that. He's trying to help with his flipping mess. The trouble is, I'm running towards a flipping Benson. Because the Lexington isn't doing anything about it, even though the Lexington's next to the Benson. The Lexington's also running towards the blob that's pushing, which is a really bad idea. And I can't tell if I'm spotting the Benson right now because I'm being spotted by the Mets. Oh, Benson's still in the camp. I'm not exactly sure why he just smoked. He's still in there. How am I getting AA fire when I'm not... How are you spotting me? Not the Met spotting me. Huh? What is spotting me? Hello? Did the Alliance come through the middle? No, it's very strange. Sub? Yeah, it must be. Last time we saw him, he was in the cap. Oh well, it doesn't matter, we lost anyway. Absolutely freaking terrible. Me and a CV? I play CVs quite regularly. I never understand why people are surprised when I play CVs. I play CVs quite a lot. Well, we're not going 5-0, are we? Terrible. Now the Lexington's just arrived at the flank that I left. Absolutely horrendous. We were never winning this, but holy crap. Game, Tim, game, go on, game, go on. Go on, get him. Go on, my son. So I'm dead. Do ba da ba da. Don't dodge. Okay, that reticle does not turn the way I think it does. That's really weird. Because it's below you, but it behaves like it's in front of you. That's really strange. I was expecting it to turn about the center rather than turn about the bottom. Because it behaves the same way when it's underneath you that it does when it's out there. Terrible. I had 7,000 damage until just now. Because the two battleships that were on our flank that would have enabled me to stay there and like try and protect our blob against their blob and like add to the blobbiness, just did a U-turn after I decided to go for the island, did a U-turn. And so me and Templar are like, oh, that's great. So you're just going to go and hide in the home cap behind the islands and not do anything, and actually ended up at the other flank. So we were never winning that with that division, but holy crap, don't do that. Like, they both went to the same flank and then got there and then did a U-turn and went to the other side. Like the worst possible thing you can do. Is you've got two battleships that are together, so they've got no angles on anything because they're both shooting in the same direction. They're both vulnerable to the same torpedoes. And then they turn around and leave, so they spend another 5 minutes doing nothing. Don't do that. Because what you're doing is you're taking the team and you're like -2 in terms of the players. Because while you're doing that transitioning piece, your team is outnumbered by the number of people who are doing it. Don't do that. Yeah, so the flank is always greener on the other side, right? We turn up and then, oh no, there are enemy ships here. We should leave. Heaven forbid you actually have to do some fighting. Oh, and now we've got Warships Foxy on the other team. What is going on? Why does this happen sometimes, where you get these lumps of COTS players that just all come out of the woodwork at the same time? There'll be nothing, and suddenly all the COTS players. However, we like Foxy. They love me. They might be sync dropping me, it's true. Right. Well, this is only one, yep. Now, Lego cheeseburger again. We like Warship Foxy, though. Not that I don't not like the last lot. Although I am curious about why Eurocat has a new account. I'm sitting here trying to honk my planes. It's not going to work. Alright. Benson, U-190. Those two. Those three. Let's see if we can figure out which side the Benson's on. There's the Lexi. Hello, Benson. Are you here? Something's here. Hiya. Flirted. I broke your steering. Determined Benson. Ooh, I forced him to smoke a bit early. That's good. Let's go this way and try and help. Z23, maybe. Said maybe Hydro? Maybe Hydro? So you don't get torped by the Benson. The Benson, the Benson with the torpedoes? The Benson? The Benson. Oh, never mind, he tells the Mets. Carry on. Carry on. Oh, Benson. Yeah, yours fell A8. It's kind of nasty. Ow, ow, ow. Hopefully the Mets is gonna... Oh, that means Benson's stuck. That should be a good starter. Ooh. Ooh, I think we just committed murder. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure. Pretty sure. Now, that Lexi is kind of stuck up there. So the problem is now, I bet the Z tries to go for the Lexington. It's going to take a very long time. So if he does, I might try and go and speed that process up so that we get our destroyer back. Meanwhile, Lone Hawk. Hello, Tommy F. Gun. Tommy F. Gun. Oh, I missed the heel on the plane. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Flooding on the Hawk. And a broken rudder. Flash engine. You caught a nice trap. Cooking? Oh, nice. That's right up my street. Trout with lemon? Nice. I prefer salmon. But trout's good. Right, I think let's go and help these two finish off the Lexington. then we need to try to stop the other side from losing. You come back with salmon? Oh, it's 50-50. There you go. Yeah, I like salmon. Poached salmon, steamed salmon, smoked salmon, salmon mousse, like a bit of salmon mousse. Bit of salmon rusty. Oh, salmon cakes, yeah, absolutely. I'm also a massive fan of fisherman's pie. No, 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 no. Double fire. That might stick if you'd already UCP'd. Yep, that's stuck. That's stuck. Zed has gone all the way up there, as I suspected he would do. Foxy got an arsonist. Okay. Alright, can we have our Zed back now, please? Philip II of Macedon? In the presence of royalty. Alright, so... Aha. Aha. However, I'm going to go for the... I'm going to. So I can hit that. Post images? Yeah, that would be cool. I saw someone the other day who had an extension, so it wouldn't be visible to everyone, you'd have to have the extension, but they had a Twitch extension that they built themselves. Or else it wasn't an extension, like a little app. A chat viewer. And it enabled them to see like GIF, like you can in Discord where you post tenor GIFs. It rendered GIFs for them. Kind of interesting. I can imagine that being kind of cool within a community. You had, like, your regulars all did it. You all had the same chat viewer. Because I love myself a GIF. I like a reaction GIF. But I can see why they don't do it. Don't underestimate Foxy. Oh no, I've used up all my boosts. Ah. Holy flack, Batman. Dimbo have a GIF that's the entire Shrek movie in his Discord, yeah. I think he was in the process of making it, or having it made into... He has staff. He was having one of his staff make it into an emote for him. His designer. Who will win? I think Foxy will win. Although Foxy has beached. Bye, Templar. You died well. Does he have a tailor? I don't think so. He may have a comedy hat vendor. You might actually get him with those torps. However, just in case he doesn't stop reversing and go forward. Had Nagato assistance. Oh yeah, you would have got him with that one. I think you're gonna get the kill if it hits. Did you get it? Ah, nice. Ooh. No contact? Dang it. Must have been on the paintwork. On the paintwork. Right, so that's that was an E. Nice. So that's 5-1. Which means, to my great pleasure, this is now a just play that can still end up on 50% because that's how that works. And we have time for one more. You will never have an E in a Shimanto ever again. Yes, Boo. Have you found the swords yet? You did play Tourney with me. Didn't play Tier 1 with me, I noticed. Would you like to mention a South American country that does not border Brazil? No? Is there one? Because they're kind of, you know, they're kind of in there. It's like having a Labrador in bed. It's kind of, you know, the whole thing. Yeah, maybe Peru. Does Brazil touch it at any point all the way down? You can hear Faye telling the home care lady that last Thursday Stats told me Karen was on her way home with her Maccas. Nice. It's pretty impressive, honestly, that we achieved that over, you know, such a great distance and range of generations, right? That's quite impressive. You're a guy. Yes, correct. I'll never forget when the flags deck trolled me by having the anagram be "you're gay." Because that was really, really funny. Oh no, not a Seattle. No, go away. Ah, I don't like you. Ew. Ew. What's over here? Did ya get it? Ecuador. Hello, lightning. Hello, Hippo. Fire. Alright, let's go and find out what's in it. It's probably a trump. It is a trump. Why did the Yamato just ping there? Exactly, Grant. I thought it was cool. One of the better uses of technology ever. Now. Yes, I can see the planes. Yeah, the Trump left or the submarine. No, it's not the sub, so the Trump left. Am I going to find it in front of the Seattle? Nope. Ew. Seattle, ew. Oh. That was costly, though. DARPA invented the World Wide Web specifically so that in the year 2025 I could give Faye a message about Mackie D's from the other side of the planet. That is literally why they did it. But they had to invent the time machine first so they could know that that was what they were doing. And we have thus proven that DARPA invented the time machine. And they have kept it from us. There is no other explanation. Stats is losing it. Stats is hungry. It is 9 minutes to dinner time. I am hungry. I love flying over 3 battleships. That's really nice. Flooding on the key. Ow. 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 Are they going for the middle? I think they're going for the middle. I am gonna not be in the middle. Requesting support? Yeah, that's a fair request, actually. To my submarine friend, I shall bring aid. In the form of spotting. It's Encots versus Encots. Now I understand. Encots versus Encots. Encots. Hello. Get out of my cab. Yummy, where are you going? Ooh, I am sorry. That was a very lucky drop. That was not polite. Oh, Templar seems to have dropped his hit point somewhere. That's not good. Quite why he's charging at a Yamato, I'm not entirely sure. Where did half the Trump's health go? Yeah. Lucky roll. Next loss because DD has IQ level -100. I'm fairly certain that's not possible. Right, let's see if we can set a pre-flood. An introductory flood. I did get an introductory flood. Have I seen your president? Unfortunately, I have. Is he still batshit crazy today? But yeah, today, yeah. I'm not suggesting that he's not batshit crazy any other day, but, you know, just checking. Maybe he wakes up one day and just goes like, you know what, today I'm going to be sensible. I know it's unlikely, you never know. It's a day that ends in day, yeah. Kill him! Kill him! Nice. All right. I guess we're going help with these guys. U4501 is way too close to that Saipan. That 4501 is probably coming to look for me, but I'm not there. Great Canada's ascent to the EU. I guess that could happen. But that's not impossible. Kind of weird if a member of the Commonwealth was in the EU and we weren't. That would be kind of strange. I think if that happened, it would have to be both rejoining, or us joining and then Canada joining. But I guess that could happen. No, fighter, back off. I'm kind of going towards this lion, and I probably shouldn't be. That Saipan just killed the submarine. Oh wow, I totally underestimated the speed of the torps. Overestimated the speed of the torps. Your PM? I like your PM. I think he's good. I think he's the right guy at the right time. Seems to understand stuff. And he's really funny. I like him. He's got a good sense of humor. Is he actually going down well, even with the opposition? I guess he would never be completely popular with them, but at least if they accept him, that's good. You guys need unity right now. Connie. Nice. Yeah, it was quite the swing, right? I think at the last minute, it felt like everyone went, yeah, no, actually, no. Maybe not. Like they all looked south of the border and went, no. Not right now, thanks. Shall I tick the box that says batshit crazy, or shall I tick the box that says, yeah, kind of sensible? We'll go kind of sensible today. Thank you very much. This is still a very close game. Templar just lost the last of his hit points. I am running out of map to hide in. Unless we can kill the Bryson. Well, Kagero, it's you and me. Can we? I really need one of these two to die. I don't really care which one. Because this Saipan is gonna spot the shit out of me. Don't forget Stats Poison's kind of fast and these torps are kind of slow. Unless he does a hard turn like that, in which case I might miss him. Oh boy, I am broadside to the Columbo. Ooh, now it smells blood. This is a problem. This is a big ass problem. Because I am now dead. I really hope this Kagero can play. I am not going to drop a fighter onto you because I don't want them to know where you are. I didn't realize how quickly the Columbo would get there. Should have left earlier, but I didn't have anywhere to go because the Preußen was there. Okay, I need to trust that the Kagero can kill the Columbo because he should be able to, so let's try and go after the we like the water. Oh, you spotted? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna win. Because the Columbo just tagged him. And to torp him, he needs to go the other way. And my fighters just fighted his fighters, so... Hi. Want to shoot this? Nope. He dropped his hit points somewhere at the beginning of the game. I'm not sure what happened. I looked up and he was on 6K. Lion HE. That's a more typical Shimento game. The carrier was called Bro. SAS Bro, even. Deadly Bro. You torped the Trump? You did. Cool. Okay. Well, that is on 5-2, so we're on the path to 5-5. It's gonna happen. Yet another 50-50 carrier that started off with like 5-1 or something. It's been an okay day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10-7. Not bad. All right, Templar, thank you very much for your assistance again. Okay, then. Normal Saipan is on 6-6, and Saipan B, I've played one match and won it. So I have three. I have 3 chances. I have 3 cracks at the whip when it comes to Saipan. So the first one, not so great. It obviously went under the bar initially. This one is 6-6, which means it ended, unless I played it accidentally, which I don't think I did. It means it must have ended up on 4-6. So, yeah, it would have gone 4-6, 5-6, 6-6. Whereas Saipan B is on 1-0, like Sensang was. So we'll get to do this one as well. It's going to be probably a couple of streams of just Saipan. The bar for black ships is sunk pretty low, but look at it though. Look at it. It's so... Oh. This is not the best port for looking at the ship. Look at it. Look at the planes. Oh, so good. Let me ask you this. Do you prefer this? Sexy spy planes? Or do you prefer... Do you prefer... Which one do you prefer? Hi there. My name's Steve. Welcome to my Burger King. What can I take your order? No, that's what they look like. Look. Look. That's what he looks like. Got the engine in his mouth. And then
Minlek reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
3 different types. The and then a and then a 3 different ways to hold a propeller. You notice after I made the sound, yeah, they're holding the propeller in their mouths. I don't know why. Right, we are going to do a raid tomorrow. I don't know what the game is going to be. It's going to be Eco on Thursday, so bonus stream on Thursday, but I don't know when it's going to start, and I don't know how long it's going to be. Once Eco has started on Thursday, my schedule is potentially a little bit flexible.
Goodbye, Patron Talsonet.
There will probably be some Eco streams at different times of the day. It's possible that they might replace... Like, if I start earlier, I might end up finishing earlier for an alternative stay stream. I'm going to try and stick to the ship streams. They might end up being a little bit different, maybe a little bit shorter, maybe 2 days a week occasionally. But I'll let you know in Discord, because of course everyone reads Discord. But yeah, it's going to depend on, like, what's going on in the game, how much admining I'm having to do, whether I think it's going to be entertaining. So yeah, keep an eye out on Discord, and I might even, if I'm feeling very enthusiastic, I might even do custom updates to my Twitch schedule for those of you that don't know what Discord is. Yep. So yeah, let me oh, we could raid Gassie's just started. Oh no, he's been on for an hour. Oh, Hula's on. What? Oh, Hula's doing iRacing. Let's raid Hula. Let's raid Texas Hula. Doing a bit of rap. What the hell is this? What the flippin' heck is this? Okay, he's racing some weird car. I don't know what this is. Got bigger wheels on one side and a big flappy thing on the top. I have no idea what this is. Gassy, I can see Gassy's playing something weird. We'll leave him to that. We're gonna raid Hula. Hula's doing iRacing. Normally he's doing carpentry. And I don't know what he's doing. Some weird ass car thing. So yeah. What think be OP if they made the US AA rounds in the 40s?
Hasta la
Instead
vista.
of what? Canadians? I don't even understand that question, if that is even a question. Please come back when I'm not about to do a raid and ask me again. I don't know what you're talking about. I will catch you guys tomorrow with something. I don't know what it's going to be. Bye.